pilai chicha bila hianiki. Ya tukashila. Betu gila tukashila ahituaya. Akeom nicha unhapikte yukha. Daku ota won't glakakte. Wichasha woglaka, wichasha nawia woglaka. Tukashila iohila. Kashnashni tukashila iohila lana mitaku yaki o blichozani. Wo ke. Wa chint kanka wa blaza washte tukashila. On kiapia hechel taku kilana iwo glakap ki oyate ki iwashte pikte tukashila. Na ale tukashila adona ogna kujapi. Na ish lo chimpi. Na ish yokshi chapi. Chanteshi chapi tukashila. Na ale na ku wanji makra aka tukashila el unshni ake tukashila le hieni ha. Na tiwahe ki he tukashila oichakya ye tukashila. Oyap ki shije tukashila. Na tukashila le dona o oyampi. Dona le washa chumpi tukashila iohila inja. Wang laka washte wichak ukte tukashila. Na peta he Kwakata ile yukhan tukashila he yakasnik te tukashila. He na tukashila wokrop peke. Na oyate ki unshikapi yukhan makasti domnia tukashila on kiapi e. Won shila wanji won kupi e tukashila le ampetu ki mitaku yase. Hey ha ya hey yo. Hey ha yo hey yo hey yo ki elo. Hey 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 ha yo hey yo hey ha yo hey hey yo hey ha yo hey yo hey ha yo ki elo hey hey lo con ca se la ya pe kawa pa ha ke na o hey ha ke shi le na ji te lo hey hey yo pate ma oya te ki maya we chi chandi kacha le chamuelo yo hey lo aho kilama.
Okay, council, we had a few that called in. Micah, I don't know if she's going to be in today. I think she says she's going to be in that probably after lunch. We have St. Francis Indian School coming to talk about the election today, so we give them time on the floor at 1 o'clock. We have Cher that called in that said she probably won't be here all day. She's more than likely not going to be here. Is there any others that need to be excused today or sometime? Okay. Charles needs to be excused. Jordan? Okay. All right. Michelle? Okay, what time is that? It's at 1? Okay. All right, so we might lose our quorum this afternoon, so we might have to reschedule some meetings if that happens. Well, we left off at enrollment yesterday. We'll get back on that right away. But if is there anybody else that needs to be excused? If not, then I'll need a motion to approve the excuses. Ray, Ben, and then Chris. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Okay, Emily, did they say they're coming over, or? We can do that while we're waiting. We can do that, so.
I'll give my report, but first of all, on the first one is, good morning, Council. For Deptford here's program has a deadline of today to get their budget approved, so that's why it's here. So I'll have him pass it out so that we don't lose the grant. While he's passing it out, a brief explanation. This program used to be with the college, but it got transferred to the tribe, and the tribe passed the resolution, transferred it to Redco. So Redco is going to be administering this program, and it's been going on for several years. But this grant here is a 4-year grant, or a 5-year grant, and so the tribe needs to pass this resolution, accepting the grant and adopting the budget so that they can continue. Everything's self-explanatory there. There are some matching requirements, and as you can see in the attachments, SGU is paying the first year match, and then Redco is paying the last 4 years match. So it doesn't cost the tribe anything.
So what we have to do with this, Treasurer, is to reconsider and amend,
No, just pass this,
just approve it?
this resolution.
Okay.
Is it, if it has an old number, it'd be reconsider and amend.
Reconsider and amend?
Yep.
I'll make the motion to amend.
Reconsider and amend? Okay. There's a motion on the floor to reconsider and amend the agreement. Second by Jordan. Ben, are you question, or is there any discussion, or, no, Ben, question? Okay, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
1.
Motion carried.
Thank you, Councilman. There you go, Ben. We have for that. They're all set, so.
I want to thank you very much. I appreciate this topic of working with a person with disability is very challenging and also very rewarding with individuals. And it's an ongoing process. And actually, in my back of my mind, I hope to expand the program as much as we can. And I think we can. We have a couple of president, we have 3 individuals that work with us. They're all very enthusiastic and have a lot of energy, and a couple of them have a business of their own. So that really makes it a help for this process. Our business is to get individuals who have a disability to work, and that's kind of the basic idea. So I really appreciate your support and your interest, and if you have any curiosity about it, stop by and say hello. Thank you very much.
Okay, Council, the next resolution has to do with NCAI. It's the resolution where we're wants to join again and approving of the paying of the fees. There's a line item in our general account for dues and fees that this will come out of. But I think there's 5 or 6 of you going down to the meeting next week, so this needs to happen today so we get the fees paid.
We actually need to bring this on as emergency legislation. There was some discussion yesterday about how many votes we need to bring these on emergency legislation. I'll let the secretary explain how that works. So I was just asking her about it, and she has a good explanation of how it's supposed to work. She said it was just basically 2/3 of us that were in session that has to vote in favor of it. So it's not 16.
It doesn't say entire council.
Entire council, so it's whoever's present, 2/3 of the ones that are present today that's bringing on as emergency. So I'll ask, go ahead, Fremont.
Yeah, Chairman, who is a representative from the Aberdeen area for the NCAI?
Aberdeen area? I'm not sure. I guess when we go down to these meetings and NCAI, we basically we choose one person that's gonna be able to get into meetings and talk with the agencies, and I
remember back in the 90s when I was on the council there, we had Tex Hall was our representative for the Aberdeen area to the NCAI. But we kept getting outvoted all the time, so we proposed the treaty tribes have more voting power than these regular small tribes, but we got outvoted on that, so we eventually pulled away from the NCAI, so I don't know how many years we've
It's
been
it's
away
still the
from
same
there.
way, but there's a lot of council people that are interested in going down there and being a part of the, at least part of the NCAI and talking with some of the agencies that, about our issues and stuff like that. So it's still a good idea that we attend them. We also formed a coalition of large tribes, it's called COLT, to kind of, I think someday that's probably gonna be bigger than NCAI, so it's growing as far as large land-based tribes being a part of that. So that's another way that we are getting our issues addressed, is through coalition of large tribes. I need somebody to bring this on as emergency legislation. Who's the brave one today to bring this on?
Who's all going?
I believe, oh, go ahead, Ray. I think that, I think the travel went through. I seen shares going down. I think, Lisa, Chris is going. Michelle, you're going. It's in New Orleans, and so, and Ray's going, so, yeah, it's a good experience to go down there and actually see what all the other tribes are doing. The 280 tribes, the state recognized tribes, and they kind of try to take over the whole meetings and stuff, so you guys kind of have to be pushy when you get down there, so. But,
What's another term?
motion for emergency legislation?
Motion for emergency legislation.
385, need a second?
Ben.
Ben, question?
Ben.
Lila, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Voting.
0.
Okay, motion to approve 2023-385.
Need a second? Let George, go ahead.
Okay, I'll start at the fourth. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe qualifies for membership in the National Congress of American Indians, NCAI, for tribal membership as defined by Article 2, Section S1SB of the Constitution, Bylaws, and Rules of Order of NCAI. And therefore be resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council authorizes and directs the president of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe or his authorized delegate to take the necessary action for the Rosebud Sioux Tribe to become a current member in good standing of NCAI. And be it further resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council authorizes tribal funds in the amount of $6,500 for payment of tribal membership dues in accordance with Article 3, Section 2C, Bylaws and Rules of Order, NCAI. And be it finally resolved that in accordance with Article 3, Section B1B of the NCAI bylaws, tribal delegates, alternate delegates, the tribe designates the following voting officials of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe as delegates and alternate delegates, and directs and authorizes each elected official of the tribe to become members in good standing of NCAI to fulfill their responsibilities as official tribal delegates of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe to NCAI 2023 through 2024 as follows. Chair Wright Plank, RST Community Representative, or her designee, Tribal President, Vice President, and/or alternate members and officers of the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council, Secretary Treasurer, Tribal Council Community Representatives.
Any discussion?
Can we open it up to all of the council if they want to go?
Yeah,
This is the first that I'm hearing of it, so
That's up to you guys. You guys,
kind of raises eyebrows about communication, so.
they made a motion for travel, so anybody could have put in for it, so. Questions?
Sarah,
Yes.
in that resolution at the bottom?
It does say any council can attend, not just the designated.
I was talking to him anyway.
Okay, is there any more discussion on it? If not, we need a question. Ben? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried.
Thank you, council. That last resolution I'm passing out here has to do with your Zoom. This box back here, it's all fried, so we have to get new parts for this box so our Zoom can work. So this resolution authorizes the contract and the payment for the people that don't fix it. So we'll get everything going. Also, what this will do is, it would allow our good speakers to be used. Right now, we only got a few speakers and the ones in the ceiling that are working, but after they fix this, then those real good speakers that have the on and off buttons, we'll be able to use those again. Hopefully, they'll be back up to 100%. Hopefully.
Okay, this is to get our communications, our Polycom fixed. That's why we can't have Zoom right now, is because it's down. I guess the motherboard burnt out in that server back there, so I think they need to appropriate the money to get it fixed, right?
Yeah, we need to
Okay.
approve this contract and then appropriate the funds.
Ben?
I have a question, Chairman. Morning. What can we do to try to keep this from happening again?
I'm not sure that.
One of the things is that small room back there, it's in that box, and it's not properly ventilated, so they can keep that fan going on at all times. It got too hot.
Okay, so when we try to get it done, like construction technical.
Yeah, I think they're putting a fan in there, so.
If it goes out again, we'll be paying the same amount of money, so I just want to make sure we do it right the first time. Or this time, so we don't have to do it again, but.
Yeah, well. 3-6. Second by Bill, question by Chris. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Oh,
0.
I'm voting.
0.
I just have a comment. How many times has this been fixed since it's been installed? I feel like this might be like the second or third time
Very
this.
expensive piece of equipment. I mean, it's like $250,000. We paid for it in the first place, and it just keeps going down, so, yeah.
Maintenance on it, and it'll be nice to hear kind of like a plan, so preventative plan, so this happens, so it doesn't happen again, but.
So motion to approve?
Motion to approve 2023-386.
Ben, Emily, do you have a question, or are you just gonna second that?
I have a question, but I'll wait till we vote.
Okay.
All right, I'll start at the 7th, whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Information Technology Department has recommended the RST Tribal Council approve the acquisition of services to install poly communications rack, reconnect cables, restore use of virtual meeting and sound equipment, and to provide staff training from CDWG Government LLC for the amount of $11,396.40 on a sole source basis from the following account: U.S. Treasury Local Assistance and Tribal Consistency LATC Fund, fiscal year 2023, and therefore be it resolved that the RST Tribal Council adopts and approves authorizes the payment to CDWG LLC for the amount of $11,396.40 on a sole source basis, and be it also resolved that the president of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe or his authorized delegate are authorized and directed to sign and execute any necessary documents for the payment to CDWG LLC.
Okay, discussion. Emily?
Is this the ongoing contract, or is there is it just a sole source thing? I didn't know if it was something that needed a contract or if it was.
Coming in to fix it, and I'm not sure if it's gonna break down,
Training.
yeah.
Yeah, they'll provide training, but it's not a maintenance agreement. And I don't know why that's not one, but I'm not the IT person, but there is not one.
Well, I might make a motion after that for follow up. Thank you.
I'm just making sure that we, again, like, just reiterating that if, you know, spend this much money on this equipment, it should hold us over for, maybe 3 to 5 years, maybe, I'm thinking, but at the same time, too, it's like, buying a car, you start to run for so long, but you have to maintenance it, so, I mean, that's why I'm saying that, where insurance that that it won't happen again if it break down or something, this is a pretty expensive equipment, I mean, geez, you buy something, you want to take care of it, so, is there like a plan in place there that we can see sometime down the road here about what we can use, I guess, I don't know, that's.
Have IT, come a plan, have a plan and give it to you guys, as far as what, I don't know, technology is as good as the user, I guess, I don't know.
So that's kind of the thing,
Yeah.
that we need to make sure we get them, I guess, understanding the equipment, 'cause I mean, I guess pressing the wrong number and shorting out a fuse or something could possibly be that issue too, but this much money for that, again, coming back in, so, but anyway, thank you, Mr. Chairman, that's all I have.
Yeah. Any other discussion? Emily, go ahead.
Just a follow-up, I was wondering if maybe we could invite the department or have some kind of discussion, because I know we are still waiting to meet with our departments, but I really feel like if we don't know the situation, it's hard to decide if maybe they need more support. If we don't even have funding for this type of stuff, maybe they need that, versus maybe they need, support in the planning. But I definitely agree that in order to spend this amount of money, that there should be the caveat that there would be some follow-up and planning on how we're gonna maintain it. Cause a fan, I'm sorry, but it won't work. And so, like, we have space back here, like, is there room to expand that? Anyway, I think that might be a little bit separate, but I agree that should happen if we're gonna be spending this.
Again.
Thank you.
You know this, there's a grant that's due the end of January. It's for cybersecurity. It's for tribal government. So all of our departments are working on it. Because I know we have serious problems, like our main system for our accounting system is up here in a room that's no security, no nothing. And the same with our final one, there's no security. So all that's going to be addressed in this grant. And I'm sure they're going to be coming here and explaining that to you. So at that time, you guys should have input, but that's the long-range plan.
Okay, any more discussion?
Or this, the budget part of the funding part, is it coming out of their account, or are we finding it somewhere?
It's not about, it's called the LATGF fund. It's money that the tribe received in 23. We've got about $1 million left in that, and then we received another $3 million for this year, so, but it's coming out of that fund.
Okay, just making sure, again, if it happens again, we got to find some money for it, so so I'm just making sure. I mean, as soon as I came on, I think 2 months ago, I mean, it was kind of sketchy then too, and then all of a sudden it went out. So I mean, we need a service that we got to provide to the people out there, saying we're going to be putting on the air and stuff, so we got to make sure we abide to that too. So, but that's just my question. Thank you.
Yeah, I personally, I know that I started having problems in May, but nobody seemed to want to address it, so I just took it upon myself to do this so we can at least get it fixed.
Any more discussion? If not, we'll call for the question. Chris, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion
Thank
carried.
you. Couple, just to finish off my report, what I handed out to you earlier is a monthly report. That will give you an idea of where we're at with our general account, our indirect costs, our casino, and I think our programs are on there. Everything's on there. The first column is the monthly budget. Second column are the encumbrances, and then I'll tell you what's left over in that month's budget and the revenue, and we'll tell you what we spent last year to kind of give you an idea if we're on track or not on track. I also had all this information sent to all of you guys' email accounts, so you also have this in your email. And this is the kind of report I'll be giving every month. If you guys want anything different, come see me and I'll add it. If you have a problem to understand it, come see me and I can add it, whatever you guys want. This other document that Keith is handing out, these are our budgets that are approved. So I have to publish these. So I'm giving you what I'm going to publish. So you have until next week to let me know if there's any concerns of anything that in there that I'm going to publish, let me know. Otherwise, I'm going to do two things. Because we don't have an official paper, I'm going to publish it in the Touchdown Tribune. And then I'm going to put it on our tribe's website. So those are the two places I'm going to put it for people that the public has access to them. Just for your information.
We're doing that at 11. So.
Another thing I want to talk about briefly is cost of living. On most of the budgets that the council approved of, these programs put in cost of living, and it was like 2.5%. So I'm going to recommend the council that you approve another 2.5% cost of living for this fiscal year, beginning October 1. Now, having said that, because Head Start's one of our bigger programs, and their fiscal year is in April, and they never know from year to year what kind of funds they're gonna have for cost of living. So we always, the tribe always has theirs at the beginning of the year, and then we always do adjustments when they're at the end of March, first April to what they start in or can't do. But this is my recommendation for right now, 2.5% beginning October 1. And if you're agreeable to that, I think it could be done by motion.
Can we get a motion to, go ahead, Ray.
Just curious, so let's say Head Start comes back, whether it be more, do we amend our motion to,
That's usually what we do.
so what if it was less?
If it's, if it's less, they have a problem because we don't have the funds to sustain that.
Okay,
So we'll probably have to just start with the full amount.
okay.
But luckily, the last few years it's been more, so.
Okay, Treasurer's asking for a motion to approve the cost of living at 2.5%. Retroactive to October 1st. Fremont, motion? Need a second? Emily? Any more discussion? Now, we need a question by Ray. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
Zero.
Not voting?
Zero.
Motion carried.
Thank you, council. Now, just for your information, and again, if you guys have any comments, or want to make any changes, I'm going to make the following recommendations for our TELP program. I'm going to go ahead and try to open it up the latter part of next week or just before Thanksgiving so that people can have access to it again. But what I'm going to recommend is that the loan amount be max be at $5,000. And if people are over that $5,000, haven't paid down, but they're needing money for Christmas, then I'll recommend that they could get up to $2,000 in additional. And then that way we kind of wean them off. Those people that are compliant know that they can go up to $5,000. But that's my recommendation. Just until we get the handle on getting this pool built back up again. And what's happening, these guys are just making a few payments and they'll be right. So that there's never a chance for this pool to build up. So people that want big loans can't get them because there's never enough money to loan out. This was never meant to be a payday loan program. This was meant to be a loan program for if you need a down payment for a car or need a refrigerator or whatever, you could borrow the money, but you have to pay it back. Once you pay it back, then you're eligible again. But what's been happening is these people get these loans, they make 3 or 4 payments, and then they rewrite. So that pool never gets built back up. So there's never enough money for everybody. So all I'm trying to do is get a handle on it. And once that pool gets built back up, then maybe we can start offering larger loans again. But we have to really enforce those rules right now.
Kathy, do you have a comment?
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Wayne, is there, like, for the rewrites, is there a cutoff amount or percentage?
The rules were that once you got a loan, you were allowed to rewrite once. And then after that, you had to pay it off before you could get a loan. That was never followed. Never followed. And so all I'm saying now is this, we have to go back to the rules, the basic rules.
So is
And then when the council authorized the $10,000 loans, within a two-week period, we had 177 people take those loans, so it wiped it out. It just totally wiped out any kind of reserves we had in the future. And so we got to have those people start paying those loans off so that the pool gets back up again. And I understand that they're having problems with it now, and everybody needs money for Christmas, so I want to make at least $2,000 available for those guys for Christmas. But they have to understand they got to pay this loan off, because it's not a payday loan.
So is there a plan or efforts that going forward for the ones that have left the tribe as a whole to pay back they're outstanding. You know, in the past, we talked about finding someone to come within the tribe to do white collar crime, because that's what it fell under.
Yeah, I really haven't addressed that yet, but it's something that needs to be addressed. I haven't addressed it yet because that number's big. We started this program with $50,000, just to let you know, and we have $3.5 million in receivables right now. That's how much it's grown. Okay, well, it's a huge program, we gotta pay attention to it, or else it's gonna get out of hand.
We have Jordan and then Chris. Go ahead, Jordan.
I just kind of had a follow-up question. So I thought initially the 10,000 you could only get if you were employed here for a certain amount of time and then you were eligible. And then same thing with like the 5,000 and you had to be employed for like 5 years or something. I thought that's what the rules were.
That's what they were. They
They weren't followed.
I mean, we've had a couple of individuals that leave a week. They're learning quite a week in that long.
Chris, go ahead.
Good morning, Council. Travel employment loan program, correct? That's strictly for travel employees, correct?
No, we have agreements with the casino, we have agreements with SU, we have agreements with SWA, with TLE, and the St. Francis School. So we have agreements with other agencies, but they set their own limits. Like, for example, up at Housing Waste Receipt, the maximum amount their employees can borrow is $500. So they all set their own amount, but they're all eligible to participate.
Yeah, and that's BIA employees too, right?
BIA hasn't been. The one time we've helped BIA was when they had the shutdown. When the government shut down, then we know the program, their employees' money to get by, so.
Would it be possible to do like a, maybe just like a simple pie chart or something of like tribal employees versus all these other entities that owe?
No problem.
Yeah, see that number and see what's really hurting us, if it's our tribal employees or these other programs that are actually hurting us?
Sure.
Thank you.
I'll be agreeing with that. Not a problem. But anyway, that's what I plan on doing, so if there's anything else you want me to add to that or whatever, but I plan on opening it up before Thanksgiving. The other thing on my report, this accounting manual, we have all these changes we're going to make, and our plan is to present it to the Government Affairs Committee, the last meeting this month. That's our plan. So that will go to them, and then from there, hopefully we forward to council, so we'll have our first reading hopefully in December. But there are quite a few changes. And then finally, I'm not sure if we'll be meeting up now, or if it's supposed to budget finance, or. There's a little bit when the council approved of the budgets for this year, and the council budget, they were all approved at last year's level. And last year's level included that one-time payment of $10,000. So that was included in your guys' salaries. So I believe it was the intent of the budget and finance that be a raise for the council so that we can get so much a month, whatever. But the resolution that appropriated that funds says it's a one-time payment to the last council. They didn't address it for the future. So I'm recommending that so that when we follow the rules and stuff, that the money's appropriated, it was the intent of budget and finance that this happened, that you confirm that by motion so that our payroll can then start at the new rate. So that's my recommendation today. And it's just like a $3 an hour raise. I think it's not very much.
Kathy, go ahead.
I'm glad that you're letting us know this because some of us didn't know that there was an increase put on our checks, and it's really strange how things get out there before we even know. It was on Facebook that we gave ourselves a $3 raise when we got here. I have a loan from South I thought my loan was paid off and that's why there was extra on my check. I had no idea that we got an increase.
So I don't know who gives stuff out back there, but of course, everybody already seen it on Facebook, and we know who put it on his Facebook, bashing us all already.
What happened was you guys, the very first paycheck, because it happened so fast, went on based upon the budget that was passed. The budget that was passed, you divided it by the number of pay periods, and that was your first check. But that included that $10,000 because it was in the appropriations. The next subsequent checks should have been less, because I told them we can't do that until there's an action taken to give yourselves a raise. So that's why I'm bringing it here today, so we all follow the rules and that everybody understands what's happening.
Right. I know that, everyone needs extra money.
I, myself, I'm not in agreement with this $10,000. I am now single with my husband gone. I have no children, no grandchildren. I have no dependents. For me, that's just more taxes I have to pay in. Do we have to take this $10,000 if we don't want it?
Right now, you're not receiving it on that first check. I'm just bringing it up to clarify things because some are asking about it.
Okay.
So, and that's my stance, because that's what my staff are telling me. Before this can happen, there has to be an official action by the council that authorizes the raise. So that's why I'm here.
All right.
Okay, is there any action? If not, we'll move on to the next item.
Okay, if there's no action, then you're going back to the old pay. So, as long as you all understand that.
Go ahead, Fremont.
Yeah, how many of us eventually took that $10,000?
Pardon?
How many of us eventually took the $10,000?
I'm not sure. I think most of you did, but a few didn't.
I know some of them voted no for it, and yet they still took the money, I know. I know I had a hard time. I gave mine to the Treaty Council. I had to take the check, take it to Wells Fargo and got a cashier's check and brought it back and donated it to the Treaty Council. They wouldn't do it for me here.
And again, I don't know. I have to get that information easily. I don't know. But I don't want to cause a big uproar. I mean, we're new. We all need to go forward. The public needs to, we're all be in tune with us. So I don't want to cause any issues, but I just wanted to clarify things and let everybody know what's out there. So,
Michelle, go ahead.
When I came on, when I got my first check, I didn't even know what we make, and I've been asking different people, like, well, what do we make? What do we make? And nobody's even ever given me a clear answer, so I don't even know what we make as council reps, and like everybody else, our check deposits were different every time we got them. So I'm just like,
they should have been different every time. The first and the next one would have been different, but after that, they should be the same. If they're different, I don't know why. But just the first one to the second one should have been different.
I finally got a pay stub from Christine, but I still don't know like what we're making annually, what our pay is, or anything like that, and it's not helpful for me as having a mortgage and bills to pay and everything.
And that is something that I've been working with Christine on. Right now, there is not any kind of a form that the tribal council signs that establishes your rate of pay or anything like that. With employees, with their personnel action, with contractors, we get a contract. With you guys, there's nothing. The only thing is that when you guys get elected, it goes, your names go back to payroll, and whatever the last council got, that's what you got. There's no personnel action, any kind of a document signed. So that's the first thing that I told Christine that we need to develop. So she's researching other tribes, and then we're going to bring a form back to you for you guys to adopt that spells out what your rate of pay is, your length of terms, your deductions, and all that, just like a personal action. So that's why there's a lot of confusion. But hopefully I'll get it resolved. Working on it.
So it's hard for us to determine what we want to do with that information you gave us without knowing.
Yeah, if you want your rate of pay, just go to see Christine, she'll tell you what it is. And you guys get paid twice a month, 24 checks you guys get every year. A regular tribal employee gets paid every 2 weeks, so they get 26 checks a year. So that's a big difference too in the amount of money you guys get. If you guys want to get paid every 2 weeks, you guys can make that motion and you'll get paid every 2 weeks. But every council in the past has one the first and the 15th, so that's why we get 24 instead of 26.
We have Kathy and then Michelle.
Wayne, since we're not salary or we're not contract, we're nothing, but we just get the per diem.
Are we allowed to, because in the past, one of our colleagues said that he had his taxes taken out and other things. Are we allowed, like the FICA, the Social Security? When I asked Christina this morning, she said, not the Social Security or the FICA, but the
You're responsible for federal taxes. So, and unless you tell her otherwise, Christine's gonna take them out. But as an elected official, because you don't have like scheduled hours and offices and stuff, you're not entitled to participate in the Social Security program, so those taxes aren't taken out.
So we can go ahead and just do that for him, and if we want additional funding, money taken out in order to pay toward our taxes, we can do that.
Towards your federal taxes, but you're not eligible to participate in Social Security. You can't pay in that part of it. You're not eligible.
So somebody was BSing last time?
That was a really big controversy
Yeah.
5 or 6 years ago.
Thank you.
Michelle, go ahead.
Oh, that's what I was gonna ask too, is how, if we can change our pay rate to every 2 weeks as well.
So you guys, I would use what by motion or resolution, how are you gonna do it? That's up to you guys.
Motion done in the past to do this? Which, no, you don't think so? Because I'm pretty sure it was brought up even in the last administration. Would it be possible that maybe you could look, and if not, then we could go that route?
Every year, my last 10 years as treasurer, almost every term was brought up, but all the councils have left it. It's as simple as you guys making a motion, resolution. If you want, I can bring it up in budget and finance, 28.
I think I think it was a motion made in like early 90s or something, because the secretary's office did research that, and I think we said it on council too. It just established that first and the 15th of every month. So I remember seeing that motion next year though. It was like back in the day that established that.
Very easy to change, very easy to change. But having said that, then that's my report. And again, thank you for your time, and what I handed out to you, if you guys want to change that report, just let me know. I can add to it, give you more detail, like delete, whatever, but that's what I'll give you every month, just to give you an idea of where we stand every month. Okay, any questions?
Ben?
I guess going back to like the payroll, I think, it was brought up yesterday too, that, getting early pay. So I wonder if you can let them know back there that if a council rep wants early pay, that, they're not speaking on behalf of all the council reps. They have to get the full, all 20, because we got paid early last month, and again, it throws off our bills pretty much. Especially if we get paid at a certain, day, so I want to make sure that, not one council rep is speaking for everybody. That's what I'm saying. You have to get the consensus of everybody before we move forward. So that was my problem, because I said, well, it comes on my bank account, and I'm like, man, so I had to run around and find out, make sure everything was getting paid. So, but just if you can reiterate to them that.
I appreciate that, and we're done with that. Unless you change it to 26, first and 15th, and you guys will get paid. Anybody wants to say anything different now, they have to submit a request individually. I appreciate that.
Lila, go ahead.
Good morning, council. Good morning, everybody. With this raise issue, I think I got some messages, I didn't know it was out there, but you know, things go out on Facebook, and it seems like that's the God truth, and then we know it's not. But you know, there really has to be some kind of level of integrity amongst our employees and amongst this place of business. It bothers me that, you know, everybody's entitled to their opinion, but you know, I came here with my intent to do a job. I'm satisfied with what I have. I'm not starving, you know, my kids aren't starving. But you know, we come in here and it's really hard to sit here. It really is. But I think now, you know, we established ourselves to a place where, you know, we are being accountable. We are on air. There's nothing shady going on here as far as I know. We've had everything brought here, so I'm glad it's here. I'm glad it's said here. But it also has me in the back of my mind here, you know, council is in itself a whole different type of work. And then, you know, everything has to come here. So all the raises for all the employees are brought here. Everything is approved here. And if information is getting out like that from somewhere, that bothers me, because there is a protection on people's right to privacy. I'm not saying myself, you know, we sit here and everyone, you know, knows what we do and everything. But what I'm talking about is that level of integrity. What happened to us? You know, what happened to having that etiquette to protect what we have here? And a lot of that, you know, misinformation can go out there and it can really hurt somebody. I was sent a copy of this Facebook post, and I'm like, yeah, whatever, you know, because I know what I do. I know what I do here. We really got away from ourselves when all this ARPA money, all this money came to us. It changed people. It made us meaner. You know, I feel like, you know, things really got spiraled out of control. But to each his own, you know. And money's hard to come by. You know, money is hard to come by. But that's a decision I feel that this body needs to look at and make those decisions here. You know, and if we voted up or down, they used to say that, and now, you know, I see that, you know, so the public will know. And they can make their opinions about, you know, everything. But it's really hard when it comes to something like that here. I wasn't aware, you know, I wasn't aware of it or anything, but it does need to come here on the floor. We need discussion. It doesn't need to be anything shaming or bad, you know, but we just need to have that discussion. So, but that's the thing that does bother me, is that post and all this stuff, information's going out of these important offices to out there. And some of that, you know, is public information. It's gonna be posted in the newspaper. We're getting back to those things again. But, you know, what if it was something else? What if it was, you know, something else that happened? You know, we have to pull ourselves together and start following those policies and procedures and looking at those things, and not be hurting our tribe. We have to have that integrity. We have to have that integrity as Rosebud Sioux tribal members, because I'm really proud of where I'm at and sitting here working for our people. But, you know, that's just my stand on it, that, you know, we do talk about these things, and it's not, and everybody can hear it, you know, we're on the air and everything, so I thank you for bringing that here, and that, if you want further discussion, you know, or something, but, I'm here to do my job. I'm fine with what I make. And I think all of us have our own opinion on that. So, but I just wanted to say that because the integrity, you know, the integrity of the Rosebud Sioux tribe is very important in how we conduct business, because the tribe is a business sense, you know, on there. So, with that said, you know, things came to budget and finance, and then we're following the processes. And that's what's important to me too, is following our processes. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Emily? Now, people are gathering out in the hallway, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna ask them to come back after the honoring. I don't want them to be waiting either, so, go ahead and ask your question or comment or whatever you was gonna do.
Thank you. So I just wanted to add a little bit of my understanding to see if I'm way off or not. But so whenever I first got on, I started attending, you know, other committees that I wasn't on, just so I could learn how everything was. And one of them that I attended was budget and finance. And at the time that we were going over the budgets, and it was explained to me that $10,000 was supposed to be as a raise, you know, explained as a raise. And because certain people at the council on the time wanted it a lump sum versus having like a retro and then moving forward, that's how it was done. But because it was in the budget, it was in there. And so when we passed our budget this year, we passed it with that additional funding. It was my understanding that Budget and Finance made a motion to, along with this year's budget, that extra funding would be used how it was intended to be used last year as a raise versus not, and that didn't have anything on, you know, us right now, because we were just carrying over what the previous council was doing. So now my question is, since that isn't the case, or it doesn't seem like that was the case, do we need to address our budget that we already approved? Like, will there be a surplus then that we need to redirect somewhere if we don't make a motion today to redistribute the funding as the raise versus not?
There would be a surplus there. But I just want to explain to council, and always keep this in mind when you're passing legislation, especially legislation that requires money. There are two pieces of language that have to accompany every action. Every action that you do, there's two pieces of legislation required. One is the authorizing legislation that says, yes, this is what we want to do. We want to hire these officers, or we want to do this raise, or whatever. That's the authorizing legislation. The other one is the appropriation side of it. If it requires money to make that action possible, then you also have to say, we're going to hire these 5 officers, but we're going to use these funds, and this is what they're going to get paid. And what happens oftentimes is the council only takes one action or the other. They don't do both. And that's what causes problems. With this issue you're bringing up, the problem is the appropriations were made, but there was no authorization. So that's what we're trying to do here, is do the authorizing side of it, because only one side was made.
Thank you, Doctor.
Okay, Kathy? And then Ray?
Just to kind of add on to what you're saying, that is one of the main reasons
Why, like in the orientation we took, that they emphasize committees are only recommending bodies. We have an accounting manual, we have policies and procedures that have to be followed, and when they're not followed, the outcome isn't good for us as a body. And so a lot of times people on committees forget, you're only a recommending body. The decision is not made. You cannot go against the ordinance, you cannot go against the bylaws. You can only make a recommendation. Those ordinances have to come to this table to be changed. Because I read some minutes where changes have been made that have not come to the body of the council, that are per ordinance, that eventually, as we get down our agenda, if we do, I'm gonna bring up, because they're wrong. And that's what gets all of us a bad reputation for being dirty politicians, is when policies and procedures, ordinances are not mandated and they're not adhered to. So for those that don't, if you don't remember, we discussed this. It's really important that we remember this on all the committees we sit on. We're only recommending bodies at that level. Any decisions that are made there are recommended to council to be approved. And I will always repeat this, because I sat here for 6 years and abided by that, and I plan to abide by it for the next 3. And if people get upset with me for doing that, we all have a right to our opinion. Thank you.
You gonna respond? Oh, no, I wasn't gonna respond. I just had a question on that loss of revenue. On the report that you sent out, it says there was communities 20,000, RST budget and finance on December 9th, 2022, and there's still that balance there of 20,000. Did communities not get that when that motion was made?
Some of them, I don't think all of them did.
So can they get them?
Yeah.
Okay.
On the ARPA money, we still have time.
Okay.
On the CARES money, we can't.
It almost made a year ago, and it's still available balance, I just assumed that they didn't get it.
A little balance on the need for that, all of them did. Okay. And I just wanted to respond to Michelle here. Michelle, the tribal council, the hourly rate of pay, if you break it down by the hour, 2,008 hours a year, it's $28.34. $28.34.
Yeah. It's not even that much.
And so that your gross checks are $22.66.81.
May double that teaching.
Okay, is there
Thank you, guys.
any more? We need a motion to approve the treasurer's report. Ray, second by Chris, question by Jordan. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Chris?
Since we're talking about money, and we're talking about speaking on behalf of the council and everything else, going back to a motion that I seen in Budget and Finance, I noticed that there was a, I don't know if I can bring it up, but I'm going to, so I apologize if you stop me. But I seen a motion made to authorize $4,000 on behalf of the council to give a meal. That wasn't given, I didn't get talked to about that. I don't know if anyone else was talked to about that. And like, I mean, it sounds like it's a good thing, you know, but it was done without without asking anyone on council. And I feel like going forward, I'd like to make a motion to stop every tribal council as well as administration from using funds to host events such as that or any other in the future, going forward from this moment.
Motion on the floor. Is there a second?
What is this about?
I'm not.
Not making decisions on your own?
Right?
No, like, just as tribal,
I don't get it.
all right, so tribal council, a motion for tribal council and the administration to stop hosting events, just in general. Like, whenever it comes to such amounts of funds being used.
Is it in regards to the veterans thing this weekend?
Well, that, everything else going, like, and that happened in the past, everything else that could probably happen in the future, you know, like, it looks bad. And if the council wants to host events, I feel like, well, we make $28.81, we can all donate like $200 a piece. That's $4,000 right there. If the council wants to host events such as that. So that's why I'm coming with this motion. And I feel like it's something that we can do.
That event was for the council, was a meal put on by the council, wasn't it? That's what it's supposed to have been for, but there's a motion on the floor. Go ahead and make.
I'm so confused. What are you talking about? What
It's not, the mill's a part of it, but it's more the whole picture thingy of, council hosting events. There's a veterans mill going on.
It's the Veterans Day meal over there at the Veterans Bill. They're gonna, this, meal.
See, like, that's what I mean, that's what I mean.
Awesome, we should, I mean,
That's what we're saying.
So I'm making this motion because going forward, I feel like we have tribal programs that we can really start amplifying more whenever we do these things, that we should start utilizing more. So I make that motion again.
There's a motion on the floor. Can we get a second?
would you be willing to add any language in there that says, you know, unless it's approved by the full body? Like, because what if there's an event that, you know, we need to do something or, you know, whatever, and we all agree on it? Because I'm almost hearing like you'd like to make sure that anything that the tribe is hosting, that the whole council is decision making?
Base and maybe do 2/3 and approval.
So I'm just wondering if you'd be willing to amend that a little bit, just to, you know, allow it if we pass a motion or resolution.
Okay, so should I redo my motion? Yeah. All right, so I'd like to make a motion stating that all 20, when a decision is made on behalf of the council, it comes here and presented to all 20 members of the council and voted on by 2/3 of the 20-member body before any decision is made. And if not, all these things should go, before it even comes to us, we should recommend it goes to the programs that can actually do these things too.
Everybody understand the motion? Get a second? Second by Lila. Any more discussion?
So I just also want to clarify that whenever there's like a donation check that's cut to a certain individual, that there is a process that's gone through and it's considered a prepay. So in finance, whenever that check's cut, let's say to our colleague that's doing the thing on Saturday, it's going to be in her name, but she has to ratify that back there and turn in those receipts for that dollar amount. So it's not just, it's kind of gets misconstrued that our colleague's just getting that dollar amount and there's no follow-up, right? When there is, am I correct, Wayne? So it's considered a prepay and those receipts have to be turned in, just like whenever you go on travel. Those receipts have to be reconciled in finance.
Okay, so going back to that, like, not only thinking of just that one incident, just that one thing, like, I'm going back to, like, even with administration when it comes to this youth day, they're supposed to give a budget yesterday, but they're obviously busy with something else. And obviously, it's gonna keep coming back up with every other community. They're gonna keep bringing that up until we get this audit done from her. And so that's why I'm making this motion, so that not only us, but as well as administration don't host these events anymore. And if you do, that we're all in agreement of it, that the people have a say in it too, you know? Because to me, it's shameful that we make this much and yet we're still trying to host more events with with more money. Like, we have programs in place for that. We got to start utilizing our people more often, and that's how I feel. And that's why I'm bringing this to the floor.
Ben?
And I guess a comment on that. I guess for me, you know, I'm kind of concerned also if we have this, I don't know if you call it a discretionary for the council, the budget, to give donations of some sort, because I wasn't aware of that. Again, I brought it up before too, that I wasn't aware of that. So when something is being brought up on behalf of the council, I'm kind of concerned about it because we don't have that. I don't have that knowledge, you know. So there were some issues, I think, in the past where there were some donations that were given out to some entities of something on behalf of the council. And like I said, I didn't know, I wasn't aware of that. So that budget that we have, you know, that could be utilized for other things. I was gonna bring that up, I think, the other day too, which was, I think even today, if we have that budget, you know, we've had, you know, an issue yesterday with our, I guess, sitting here all day, you know, not having lunch or anything, but we can have, maybe utilize that funding to have people come in and, you know, provide snacks or, you know, I guess, refreshments for our people to sit here rather than sitting here all day. But anyway, those are the things that I don't understand, is where that budget is coming from for the council. I don't know that, and I don't know. Just like when somebody's talking on behalf of the council, one person doesn't speak for the whole council. So you have to get that whole, you know, I guess, consensus of everybody saying, yeah, we agree with that. But that's not happening. I know we're on a Messenger. I haven't got anything less the past week here from council reps who are part of this group chat or anything. So I don't know. I mean, that's something that we could probably say too. Hey, there's an event coming up. Maybe you can just give us a heads up on it. But I'm not aware of that. So I will bring it up no matter what, only because I don't know what's going on. So I need to know what's happening, because people are out there in the public are saying, what are you guys doing? I don't know. You know, you guys are funding that veterans thing. Yeah, that, I didn't know that. You know, I mean, just give us a little heads up on it. That's all I'm saying, you know, but again, this is something that we're gonna have to bring up here to make sure everybody's aware of it and understanding it, so that way all council and the public are aware of it, so we can take it back to our communities and let them know what's going on. So that's just my comment on it. So I think, yeah, with Mr. Gilbert's deal, that's what I'm thinking, is that's his consensus on that. So, thank you.
I wanted to throw in my 2 cents, because I think a lot of this is, this should provide a report back. Because I know back in August, I made a motion to have a Rosebud Fair and Youth Day report. Now we're coming into the middle of November and we still haven't heard anything. So, you know, when we do fund these events, because I think they're important. I mean, I know Easter and all that stuff council throws in, because, you know, we want to be a part of it and all kids get involved, but I think it's important that they provide a report within like 7 days or so. Whoever coordinator may be, the secretary, Rosebud rep, whoever it may be, I think the report needs to be given to the tribal council, so at least we all know what happened, how it was spent, what's going on. But.
Thank you, Chairman. I just have a couple comments, and I don't know if it goes along with your same motion or if it needs to be a separate one, but I really feel what it comes down to is communication, and we've been talking about it since the beginning, and clearly some of us don't get it if we cannot still communicate even within our own circle, let alone outwardly. So I think that we need to do something better, and I don't know if that's an emotion or how we do that. And the second thing I think is the accountability and the transparency, and that to me would come from guidelines. And again, I tried to make a motion that didn't go anywhere, so I don't know if I should try again, but I would like to, when I have the floor to make a motion, have our budget and finance draft those guidelines, because this could be cleared up very easily if we had guidelines, and no one wanted that because it would be accountability. And so I just want to make sure that that's what I'm hearing, is if we cannot even communicate within our own circle, that is an issue, because we should be united, we should be together, and not saying everybody votes the same like that, but to the point where we know what's going on before it gets on public access or before it gets to the public, so that when we do get asked questions, we're not like, what are you talking about? I don't know, because it does. It makes us look bad, and it's very frustrating. So I just want to add, I don't know if that's what you're really getting at with this motion, is the communication and ensuring that this body understands that our power is from the people and that it only exists together. We do not exist powerful as an individual. And so how do we ensure that we stop making and acting as individuals and making decisions, because it is happening too much. We are, like he said, doing the jobs of the whole departments full of staff, but we feel that we could do it better. So anyway, I just wanted to make those comments because I feel like we have to do something. We've been talking about it for months, and we've only been in here for 2. So thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to explain why I did second that motion. And you know, politics are, it's just like a game of chess. And some have more advantages than the others. And you know, it's just that way. And it shouldn't be, but it is. Meanwhile, you know, I don't have a problem with helping with events. I don't have a problem with supporting outside activities. But the problem I do have is when we here don't know what the right hand or the left hand is doing. And that makes this body not look good. And it's nothing personal on nobody. But when you do sit on budget and finance, you are privy to a lot more. You pretty much have your hand in that cookie jar. You can do, you know, all kinds of stuff, you know, because that's where the money is. So we have so many members that sit on budget and finance. And things happen there. And a lot of it, you know, I've never known about it. I didn't sit on budget and finance because I didn't learn enough. The first year, first term, second term, I felt like, you know, I was getting it. Now I know what it's actually all about. So what would be good is maybe as a body, like with what Emily said, is we're all on the same page, that, you know, we make time here to look at the budget and finance stuff first, somewhere on the agenda, so we kind of all know what's what. That way, we don't get caught off guard. And it's hard when you're new because there's all these things that happen. And, you know, a lot of times the activities out there. Right now, there really isn't much going on for activities out there. COVID did a lot of that. But, you know, I want us to be one body. I want us to be in policing ourselves here. We are the ones who govern everything. So we should know what's going on. And it's nothing bad against nobody. It's just the fact that if we don't know, it does make us look bad. So having these events are good, but it could be, you know, we're all a part of it. When they say sponsored by Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council, we should all know that. And that's why, you know, it's just a form of better communication. It's a form of the integrity for this body, and just making sure we're all aware of everything that's going on. And we're communicating, you know. Everything doesn't have to be hostile or negative. We're communicating, and that's what the people want. They want to know these things and why. Simple. They want to know why. Oh, okay, you know, just tell them, you know, this is what we're doing. So it's important for all of us to know what's going on. Thank you.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor, and I read that.
Motion by Councilor Eagle that all events to be hosted by council and our administration need to be brought to the tribal council and approved by 2/3 vote of the entire council before any funding is allowed.
Wayne has a question.
Go ahead, Wayne.
I just wanted to explain the process for Chris, for you council. The reason why a lot of you aren't being informed is there has been some delegation that has been given to the Budget and Finance Committee for a number of things. One are the council donations. The Budget and Finance Committee has the authority up to $500 for donations based on phone calls by check. Anything above $500 has to go back to the full committee, but that full committee has authority up to $10,000. So if you want to change that policy, then you can change it, but that's the policy right now. That's the way it's been operated. That's why I encourage you, all of you, to learn, to find out what all these policies and procedures are. If you have a problem with it, then sit down and change it. That's why the rest of the council hasn't been informed of someone's activities, because it's all been delegated to the Budget and Finance. And you're perfectly, if the tribal council wants to, they can take away that delegation and bring it back here. But keep in mind that every day there are emergencies that need to be addressed. That's my comment.
Okay, Chris?
I understand that there are emergencies that need to be addressed, but I don't. And that would be adding a time frame for the report due by the individual that's hosting the event, that they report back to us within a 7-day time period.
Within 7 days of the event?
Yeah, within 7 days of the event.
Okay, let's call the question and vote on it. Okay?
Question.
All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Opposed?
6. Opposed. Not voting.
Not voting?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Motion carried. Okay, we got a whole lot of people in the room right now, and Chief Administrator,
Keep that motion.
Neuer asked that we
That motion, or is it if I get that
some of the
from them, I guess,
officers
the motion.
and dispatchers that have served quite a few years as gift quite a few years of service to the Rosebud Sioux tribe. So we're gonna do that today. He also requested that, and the families have requested that we don't do it on the air. They got their reasons for doing that, so we're gonna ask, to go off the air for it. So that's a request from the family. He has to leave soon, then we'll break the quorum, we'll have to recess, so, and there's a lot of them that were going to veterans programs to be a part of that. Some of them had a death in the community this morning, so a lot of them are trying to comfort the family members, so, and I think, Emily, you said you had to leave too?
I'd like to, but I don't have a great forum.
Okay. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna, I put St. Francis Indian School on the agenda for 1 o'clock. It's supposed to come under education. There is some discussion in education and in one of the council meetings that we resolved the issue of the elections. So I don't know if we need to talk about it on air, if we're going to be talking about stuff that we can have on the air or not. I don't know, that's up to you guys. So once we start getting into it, you can decide to go off the air if you want to. But we have Danny Walkenagle, Superintendent. Ben?
Just a quick one, Mr. Chairman. You brought it over here, what was the reason, just to get discussion of the election thing, or what's the?
We met and then we were trying to figure out how we're going to resolve this election process. So we had a meeting in my office with Micah and the staff over at some of the superintendent and Kurt Ardenbright, their attorney, on how we can make this election happen or what we need to do to move forward with, as far as the election. So we have all 5 positions that are up for re-election. So we just by ordinance, we're supposed to have them staggered. So we got some options for the council if they want to listen to the presentation that Danny has today and Mr. Ardenbright, that we can go ahead and listen to that and maybe make a decision on how we can move forward with elections. Go ahead, Emily.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want clarification, are we only talking about election issues or?
No, I'm scheduling another meeting on December 6th to talk about to do their annual report and the audit that they're going through over there. So that will be on December 6th. We'll have a special meeting just for that. Okay. Is that correct, Danny?
December 4th, I thought.
No, I think Mr. Ardenbright said he couldn't be there on December 4th, so. Is that correct?
I don't know.
On his schedule, so.
I had it written down somewhere. No, we'll figure it out. We'll show up with bells on. I don't know.
It was December of that.
Yeah, you got the right month.
December 4th or that Wednesday or Monday.
So are we gonna be going over anything sensitive that attorney-client privileged or anything like that we need to go off the air for?
Well, if you guys want, we can talk about the Supreme Court hearing. That's up to you, but that's still kind of pending, so it's probably best to not discuss, or we can if you're off the air. The audit we won't discuss today.
Emily?
I did get a message from one of the possible people in question, and they got a request that if we are to discuss anything with that name specific, that they would request to be here. So I just wanted to know if we are going to be discussing people, then I'd like to give them the chance to also be here.
That's something that should be with respect to everyone, even as council reps. We shouldn't be brought up whenever we're not here.
Well, I believe that we're just gonna talk about the process of how we can move forward with the election. We're not trying to say anything bad about anybody else or any of the candidates or anything like that. We just need to talk about processes, what had happened in the last election, how can we move forward to get those positions filled, what do we need to do? And that's kind of what we talked about in my office. We talked about maybe there's being 2 options to be able to resolve this issue with the elections. And that's what I invited Danny and Mr. Ardenbright in today to talk about those options. Ben?
We're going to do the election part of it. Should we have somebody from the election committee come over here also?
Yes,
to get information on that? So
Shakira's aware of it, so she's supposed to be here.
She's in my office.
Oh, she's in the secretary's office, so we'll bring her in.
good.
And you guys want to do it on air or go off the air? we're not in executive session, we just need to be able to talk freely without, maybe we don't want to take our words out of context or anything else like that, so, I mean, it's just up to you guys, if you guys want to.
I feel comfortable with it being on air, so that way people are aware of what's going on, and if
Okay.
if it's just clarification, that's all we're doing.
Okay.
You know, so that way everybody's on the same page, that way I guess the people who are watching could be on the same page too, so I don't see why, unless it starts getting into that area, which I hope you can, hope you can put it back into order if it goes into a different area.
We'll just play it by ear then.
What's that?
We'll just play it by ear then as we
Yeah,
move
okay.
along.
So, I don't know who wants to lead the discussion as far as if we want Mr. Argenbright to come up and kind of lead the discussion. We have the election office here. Go ahead, Ben.
I think if this has to do with the election, I think they should be the ones to come up to find out what was going on with it, because I don't know the process, but I know there's supposed to be some positions open, I think, and it didn't happen, so I don't know which entity, whether it be the election office or the school board, to determine those things. I think it's our election committee that should be the ones to determine that, so I would probably hear from them to find out why there was some confusion on it, I guess, first of all, so that way they can kind of, I guess, straighten it out in some way.
Yeah,
That's
the
good.
discussion in my office that we had, we talked a little bit about why the election wasn't held and why the people weren't seated. And we talked a little bit about the backgrounds and why they weren't completed. But we kind of want to get beyond that and then move forward with it. You know, we can point fingers at everybody else for what had happened, but how are we going to resolve it in the end? That's kind of what I was hoping to do today. I don't know if, Shakara, you feel a little bit comfortable about leading the discussion, or if we have Mr. Argenbright kind of come up and talk about the options that we talked about in our office. Council, is that okay?
Is Eric here?
I believe he went to the veterans thing, so, at that school.
I guess,
This was, remember when we were having that training from the BIE and discussion came up, so this is the result of that. So that's why it's here today.
Okay, who's
Okay.
presenting?
I was gonna have Mr. Argenbright, because we had a meeting in my office, invited the chair of the education committee in there to talk about, just about the election and some of the options that we have to be able to resolve it.
That the school has?
Yep,
Because he
yep.
represents the school, right?
Right.
Not us as the
No,
tribe?
no.
Okay, I just want to make that clear.
Okay. Emily?
I just wanted to state that I wasn't really aware of what was going to be going on today, so if we are going to be having some other lawyer lead our discussion, I would only feel comfortable if our lawyer was also present, so I would probably ask that we wait on anything that's going to happen with their lawyer leading. And secondly, there are so many issues going along that are tied to this election that it's hard for me to differentiate, and I don't think it's fair to all of our council that aren't on education or aren't, asking the same types of questions that don't have the answer in the background. So I would hope to have some type of explanation, a timeline, something from maybe the education and maybe both SF, but I think in order for us to make any type of decision or do anything today, we have to be up to speed and all be on the same place, and we are not there in my mind. So I just wanted to make that clear. Thank you.
We've had a lot of discussion in our education meeting, but I think Micah will let you know what's going to be on. Okay, yeah. Go ahead, Lila.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Danny, Mr. Argenbright. It's good to see everybody.
I don't feel like there's anything wrong with hearing this issue. This is about the election. Then I'd like to know which positions are open and where we're at, because these elections are really important to continue on with the school functioning and the education of the children. I feel that, it shouldn't be an issue, If there's something I don't know about or something, I don't know, but, we need to give them this time to present what the options were. You guys discussed it. And I also had asked the secretary there she gave me a little bit of info from a timeline, because I wanted to see how things were done and, by the timeline, which bylaws were being used, which ones were not being used. So there's still a lot of discussion that needs to happen at the education committee level, and, they can maybe come and we can talk about it there. But this election is really important for us to know which way we're going and keep the school and the school board on track. So, thank you, that's my opinion.
Just to clarify, the meeting that happened in Scott's office, I was a part of that for maybe the last 10 minutes of it. So the discussion on the options for moving forward with the election, I was not a part of that discussion. But the other thing is, I agree with wanting our lawyer here if we're gonna discuss this, but I also would like to have education department here too.
I think we need to go out there, I really do. There's some other areas that we need to talk about, and before we can even get into the discussion of elections and the options, we need to talk about other issues as well, and that we can't do it on the air. I think we do. I think we do. Since we have our lawyers here, I think we do. Okay, the motion on the floor to go into executive session. Need a second. What, Emily?
Did you clarify whether legal or personnel, the reason at the beginning?
Yes, it has to do with personnel, okay?
I just asked for clarification.
Okay, yeah. So we have a second? Michelle? Question? Bill? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Opposed?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
No, not voting.
3 opposed. 6.
6 opposed to going in executive session. Okay, well, how do you guys want to continue then?
5, 6.
Can we at least go off the air?
I think discussing the process of the election and that, I don't think we need to be off the air or an executive for
There's
that.
some conflicts of interest that we're going to talk about, so I just can't, I don't feel comfortable about anybody talking about it if it has to do with some kind of conflicts of interest, so. Ben, go ahead, Ben.
Well, I just see that some of the options and stuff too, but we did get that training from the BIE, so, I mean, they're basically telling us the process of what happened and what we should be doing as a governed body of that. So what's the confusion of it? I mean, there's supposed to be elections, so what's the confusion of it?
Let's talk about the election then. Okay.
So there's supposed to be elections.
But they want everybody here, and I guess, I know the Education Committee has made motions to actually take some action on the charter again. Is that correct? No? Okay. And I know there was motions that were made to go ahead and go forward with the election process, so how are we going to do that? And I'm only following up on what you guys want me to do, because this all stemmed from the BIE report that we got that day, and I stepped out of the room and you guys were talking about the election process, so this is the day that we're going to talk about it. Go ahead, Lila.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
They say St. Francis don't come and report. That's seemed to be a concern. And then they're here today, and we need to offer them that time, because otherwise, how are we gonna know what's going on? You guys might know something I don't know, because it feels tense in here. But I think we need to, that is our school. That's this tribal, that's our school. We should do what we have to support it and see what the needs are. And if there's something that we need to talk about, then let's do that. We have educated people here. We have our lawyers here. This is the perfect time, I think. So like I said, this election needs to be brought out to the public. You know, there's nothing secret, you know. I don't mind being on air, but if it comes to something else that we need to go off air, then that's your call. So I think it's only fair we give St. Francis the opportunity to tell us the information about the election. We have Shakira here. You know, I don't see why there's a problem.
Thank you, Chairman. And I agree with Lila. I didn't think that there was a problem. My issue that I brought up earlier was that you asked them to lead the conversation, and not all of us were aware of that, and we didn't have our legal counsel, and we do. So I just wanted to let you know.
And if you, we can do that, okay? Well, let's do that then. We all know back in August of 2022, the last election, that we had 2 school board positions opened up in St. Francis. So with the election, they were actually taken to the election, but there were some processes that needed to be done before they even were put on the ballot. One of those was that they had to complete a background check. And somehow or another, they got put on there without the background check being done. And what I understand was that the background checks weren't being paid for, so they never were processed. And so these positions were, these people were put on the ballot and they got elected. And so then there was a problem with the background checks too, as well. So they couldn't seat those people until the background checks were done. And so we're in a position where we have 2 positions that were challenged in the court system to be able to get seated on the St. Francis Indian School Board. One of them was taken to the Supreme Court, right? And basically they had a judgment on both of them. One of the positions were supposed to be said that one of the positions was supposed to be seated. The other one was kind of disqualified from being seated. Am I correct?
Yes.
I don't want to speak out of turn. So now we have to go back and figure out if how we're going to seat this last person, or if we're going to do another election for another person. Or meanwhile, all 5 positions came open. So we're going to have to figure out how we're going to have an election, maybe stagger these, have a new election, or what we're going to do. And that's kind of what Mr. Argenbright wanted to talk about today. Emily?
I just wanted to provide a little bit of information from the Education Committee, which is why I was hoping we were going to go that route and get it through there, because we also had recommendations and conversations that we had hoped to bring to council. And so I just don't know if we want to hear all of that or if we are only going to hear one side today. So if that is afforded to us, I'd like to give the reasoning by our motion that had nothing to do with the charter. But if you would like some explanation from the Education Committee, I'm happy to give that, or ask our chair to do that. Thank you.
If it would please the council, I can begin and you guys can interrupt with questions or hold throughout. I think maybe. I don't know if that's a secret knock or not.
No, I was just Friday. I was just scratching. Let's get up front there. Good. Turns out it is. Turns out it was.
All right, so, well, gonna need a booster seat. I'll start way back, but my name's Kurt Argenbright. I'm the attorney for St. Francis Indian School. My partner Warren Argenbright's over there. I've had numerous conversations with Mr. Antoine over the years regarding this, Mr. Herman, and other members of the council. So, the original charter of St. Francis Indian School that was created in 1970, I believe, made it a parent corporation. In 2007, the tribal council yanked the charter from St. Francis Indian School, removed the board of directors, and they controlled. But 2007-126 was the resolution that did that. It was amended various times throughout, between 2007 and 2009. The most recent version from 2009 said that there is a Rosebud Sioux Education Review Board that is to work to create, work with the election board to create the vacancies on the board of directors so they're staggered, and so they'd work with how the election board, or how the election of the board of directors is to be completed. The issue is that was never done. And from that time, there's some elections held by the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Election Board. When I was presenting to council in 2022 July, we agreed that I believe the 2022 bylaws approved by St. Francis Indian School were the ones that it controlled. But regardless of all that, the issue is Rosebud Sioux Tribe Ordinance 8610, the election ordinance, makes no reference to St. Francis Indian School. It talks about chairman, vice chairman, community elections, and tribal council elections. It makes no reference to St. Francis Indian School. So the issue is, and there's a Supreme Court order, Rosebud Sioux Tribe Supreme Court order directing the tribe to get the election ordinance to jive with the election affidavit and some other election laws. And that was from 2012, I believe, and that was never completed. But the issue is, 8610 does not control or impact St. Francis Indian School elections because it's silent as to St. Francis Indian School elections. The nominating affidavit doesn't say anything about St. Francis Indian School. Nowhere in there does it say anything about it, and that stems from the historical nature where it was a parent corporation and the elections were handled by St. Francis Indian School. Even with that, there's been some conversations in that 2007-126 that says Rosebud Sioux Tribe Education Review Board is supposed to work with the election board, and that the elections for St. Francis Indian School are to take place on St. Francis Indian School campus. That hasn't been done. The issue that arose in the general election of August 25th, 2022 was that background checks were not completed for any race or contest on that general ballot, which is a direct violation of 8610 because background checks are required by 8610. Historically, the AG's office had done it. Mary Swift, I believe, or Sharon?
I think you should say names.
Okay, excuse me. Somebody was supposed to do it. We got an affidavit from somebody that was supposed to do it, and they acknowledged in the affidavit that they weren't done because the tribe had not paid the company that did the background checks for a few years prior, so the background check company refused to do it. That is a condition preceded, and it's a prerequisite to being placed on the ballot per election ordinance 8610. Not only does 8610 require it, but our own bylaws, St. Francis Indian School's bylaws require it. And the reason that it's required by us is because it's required by BIE, and all of the funds, or a lot of the funds for St. Francis Indian School come from the Bureau of Indian Education. And the issue there is the Indian Self-Determination Education Assistance Act requires that anybody that's going to have any contact with or control over Indian children, they must pass a background check. And the background check, it's no felony convictions, and then there's no like crimes of dishonesty or crimes against persons, things like that. And if you do not participate in these background checks and prove those up to the BIE, it will jeopardize all the funding, which obviously is not in the best interest of St. Francis Indian School or the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. Yes? Yes?
Could you just clarify that a little bit more? Because in our training that we had with BIE, they said that because we're a sovereign nation, the tribe actually reserves right to have our own policy on that, and so that somebody with a felony, as long as it wasn't violent crime against children or something like that, they could possess or be on the board or whatever, as long as it wasn't conflicting with the policy. And we had them look, and we didn't have an existing policy. So could you expand a little bit on that, please?
Well, I think that you guys could probably have your own policies as to who sits on your board, but that does not impact the BIE policy of whether they're going to give you funding.
And this is what the BIE lawyer, or BIE lawyer is the one that told us that.
Well, that's right, but that he probably didn't say anything about whether it's going to jeopardize your funding. But we also have our bylaws that are in place that have been approved by the board and the council that say that background checks must be completed. And it's no felony, no crimes against persons, no crimes of dishonesty, all of this stuff like that. So basically, the bylaws currently that are in place mimic the Indian Self-Determination Education Assistance Act, which is 25 USC 2501 et sec and 6313. The additional issue was for the election of August 25th, 2022, 8610, the election ordinance, requires the election board to request an adequate budget from the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council to hold the election. Whether they did or didn't, it doesn't change the fact that the election board came to St. Francis Indian School, went to St. Francis Indian School to pay for their election. St. Francis Indian School, by virtue of receiving the funds through BIE, are forbidden and prohibited from using those funds for an election. And in a letter that should be in your packet, dated November 2nd, 2023, there is an attachment there too, which is an email from Marlinda Silversmith, Lead Grants Management Specialist in Albuquerque School Operations.
I don't know if I added that.
And it basically says,
I don't think we added.
and if not, I can hand this around, but it's ballots, it's associated costs with an election, ballots, etc., not any partisan type activity, and that, because that can be deemed as the school influencing or attempting to influence an election through in-kind or cash contribution and through contribution of any local election, and it's prohibited to attempt to influence the outcome of any federal, state, or local election, referendum, initiative, or similar procedure through in-kind or cash contributions, endorsements, publicity, or similar activity. And further, sub 2, establishing, administering, contributing to, or paying the expense of any political party, campaign, political action committee, or other organization established for the purpose of influencing the outcomes of elections in the United States. So, from our contact at the BIE, they say we cannot pay for or use any of our funds to hold an election. Yes, sir.
Is that the sole funding source for St. Francis School, the BIE? The sole funding source?
Yes.
No.
Oh, not sole.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So these bylaws that come into play there, they're just referring back to the BIE standards and stuff. So, I mean, shouldn't the school have its own standards and stuff too? And when were these bylaws enacted about that? When was that?
We also get funded by the Department of Ed.
The ones, so we've proposed new bylaws that have not been approved by council, but the bylaws that are in place, I think, are from 2021 that were approved by council. And those have been submitted to President Herman in July of 22, right before I presented to the council. I don't believe you were on at that point.
No, we have two funding sources, Department of Ed too. We get all our title funds from the Department of Ed.
And we can't use that either.
Nope. Those are even more stringent.
If that's a sole funding source, which I believe it is.
No, it's not.
Listed on board at the time, it was additional funding for payment to the election committee for that purpose. So that's what I'm wondering, if you're going for the sole purpose of that, then I do understand they do have, BIE does send funding for other things, for example, insurance, and I know if there's insurance that doesn't get used, they send the money back. That money end up getting used for whatever. So that's what I'm saying, the school had some extra funding for that, so that's what I'm wondering, where that's coming from.
The funding comes from BIE and the Department of Education for St. Francis Indian School.
But I mean, it's not solely, BIE is not the sole funding source though.
Not the sole.
Yes, the sole.
Department of Ed as well, but they're the same restrictions on the Department of Ed.
So you were saying that the BIE would be using their guidelines to go off of what the election committee would do, I mean, to send the money to the election committee. Is that what the deal is?
The election committee requested money from St. Francis Indian School to pay for the election.
Okay, yep,
Yes.
that's what I'm saying. So,
Yes.
but then you're just using the BIA standards, that's not possible. They can't use that money.
We can't use that money for that.
Yeah, I know that, yeah.
So our Department of Ed money.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. There's additional funding there too that should probably be used for that too, which I was understandable under the impression because I was there before. So I just want to make sure that, where this is coming from, the paying the election, because I know it was brought up during the training of the election of the funding source. And I said, well, we just have to go over and let them know that there's additional funding source there for that purpose, for the election, to pay for the election or do whatever, I guess. So that's why I'm asking, so, but, thank you.
And part of that, though, is 8610 requires the election board that shall request an adequate budget from tribal council to hold the election. So that's part of the issue too, is because the tribal law requires them to get the money from here. Yes, Mr. Anthony?
Have Emily, and then we have Sheriff and Eric.
Chair, I have a question. In the folder here, it looks like you have the bylaws, but they're from 2023, and I believe those aren't approved by council. Do you have the bylaws that you are currently using, or are you using some that aren't approved by council?
No, those are the ones, we aren't using those yet, but those are the ones that they approved most recently. And the reason we put those, that the board approved, St. Francis Indian School Board, and the reason they're in your bylaws is because when we met with Mr. Herman, Danny, myself, Mr. Herman, Mr. Lunderman, Micah, and Shakira, Ms. Lunderman, Mr. Herman directed me to come up with two options. That was October 30th, two options to address the issue. So that's why we proposed those, because in the option 2 in the letter, you'll see that that's where that comes into play.
Okay, can I request that maybe the secretary's office send the current bylaws out to everybody on email so that we have a chance to also review those? It's a little bit confusing to have a document in front of us that isn't valid. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess, you were talking about the funding and you keep referencing our election code, and you're just kind of confusing me a little bit, because you're saying, oh, the election code doesn't address St. Francis Indian School, but then you just now said the election code says that the tribe has to seek that money. So how were the elections paid in the past, and where did that funding come from?
So to explain the circular issue there, and to be clear, 8610 does not make any reference to St. Francis Indian School. Later on, it says the election board shall request from the tribal council to pay for all the elections on the tribe. So it would be improper, because it's not authorized by law for the election board to seek or request any money from St. Francis to pay for the election. And this, in 2022, was the first time that the election board or the council requested any money from St. Francis to pay for the election. So I'm assuming the council paid for that through it from 2007 until 2022. But Shakira may be the better respondent on that.
Is that true?
Well, back in the day, we did get money from St. Francis Indian School, and it was put into different, like a special election account. I don't know, maybe Wayne could, I don't know where it came from. I just know that it was there, and it was under St. Francis Indian School. And that's what I paid for, like, anything had to do with St. Francis School Board election.
So you don't know if that came from St. Francis or if it was authorized by tribal council?
I'm pretty sure it came from St. Francis Indian School.
What years were those?
That was in, geez, it was before I got there in 2018, because everything was set up and intact when I got there in 2018. So everything was set up and intact.
Okay, and then one last question. The current bylaws are from 2007, right?
No, 21, I believe, were approved by council.
Okay.
I don't think they were approved by the council, they were just put in.
Secretary wants to make copies of that.
Okay, she's making sure. Okay, thank you.
We have Eric, Dara, and Emily.
I'm just tired.
Good afternoon. My question was on the background checks case. Now, since there's a requirement of eligibility for being on the board, does the school board pay for those, or was that been an expense going by the election office?
That was an expense through the election office.
Okay, and what do those usually run?
She always billed me $50 per person, but after talking to them, they said that they did a more extensive background than, I guess, the AG's office, and that's what personal security billed us, was $50 per person.
So, getting back to the last election, there's 2 open seats. Was that background check paid for?
Yes.
It was?
Yes.
Because I had heard it wasn't, and that nobody paid for it, that's why they weren't done.
Well, I never got a bill until like the end of September.
in any case, it should be part of the application process for candidates that they pay for them. And maybe we should, you know, even if it's not in the election code 8610 with the election process, I think it's probably the source of that authority would have been the resolution. So maybe we need to look at the resolution to clarify some of these issues on the expenses for conducting the election, the application process, and making sure that those background checks are paid for up front before the election. That would have prevented all of this from happening with these two board seats in the last election.
And St. Francis Indian School uses the Indian Child Protection and Family Violence Protection Act, which is a higher standard of a background check. So that's where our argument comes, is that we have a different standard because of the funding through BIE, and it's a more strenuous background check. That's where our argument is that it makes sense for us to run the elections, because then we can pay for the background checks that are a requirement to be on St. Francis Indian School Board because of the Indian Child Violence Protection Act. Pardon?
What you just discussed, is that part of one of your options that you propose?
Well, that's yes, because it's included in our proposed bylaws.
Okay, so is that under option 1 or option 2? Or just
That's number 2.
Under option 2?
Yes.
Okay, we have Dara and Emily.
I'm gonna wait till the end.
Okay, Emily.
I'm gonna listen.
I just had a question, because it sounds like we're talking about a few things here, and I just don't, I know our discussion needs to be on how we handle this election moving forward, but I don't want the only focus to be on how we pay for it in this past bill, because I think those are all separate. I think we can definitely identify getting cleared up that past bill. We can find money, we can do that. I think the budget right now, or the election that needs to happen right now, like I said, we discussed that election, or at our committee level, was to temporarily place a board. We didn't say who or whatever, it could be the existing board, we didn't even say that. It was to temporarily place a board so that they were no longer out of compliance, so that they could say that they had a seated board by council. And in the meantime, our suggestion was to then get these bylaws revised or approved of or implemented, however we needed to do that. We could get the background stuff decided, we could get future and ongoing how they're gonna do it, because yeah, maybe it should go back to the schools. All the other schools do their own elections, so maybe that should be, but for right now, we cannot just hand over a pile of mess. Like, that's not respectful, that's not a way to do business, that's not what our people and our school and our children deserve. So that's why, when I made that motion, it was never to touch the charter, it was never to stop the control or anything of the school, it was to bring them to compliance so that they can continue to do the work that they're doing. And in the meantime, we can situate all this, we can have these discussions, we can meet with everybody who needs to do, and then the cost of the next election would happen this summer with our already election that we're already gonna pay for. And we could already have the backgrounds done, we could already have this stuff done. And that was the thought, not pulling charters, not jerking, and I'm only saying that because somebody started a rumor mill and somebody started a, what is it, when you're trying to get everybody scared over nothing, because that was nothing, that was never our intention. I'm for that school, that's our people, that is our school. So I just wanted to put that out there, that there is a third option that maybe we can discuss also. Thank you.
Can I ask a question here?
Go ahead,
You made reference to out of compliance. I want to know, I have 2 questions. One, what's out of compliance, St. Francis? And 2, I'll give you, there's some history that maybe to bring you up to speed, but go ahead and respond.
I'll definitely love to do that history. Again, I'm new, so I'm just going off of this newly training that we've had and reading and, asking questions and everything like that. And so it was explained to us at council and public in front of everybody to hear that we are out of compliance, our current board is out of compliance, and because our board is an extension of us, that we gave them a part of our authority, not full authority, we are then responsible and liable for the whole thing. And so in my mind and my duty for my people and my heart is to do the right thing, and I really feel that's what I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to stop, I'm not trying to hinder, I'm trying to help.
But specifically, how is it out of compliance?
Because we have seated people on a board that were not voted in, and they're operating underneath bylaws that are not approved by this council. And those were some that, I think there might have been others that we discussed on the call, but those are the 2 that come to mind.
Well, I'd point out that the bylaws that were approved by council and that we are operating under, we are not operating under the proposed new ones. dictate that a director on the St. Francis Indian School Board of Directors remain seated until their successor is duly qualified and elected and sworn in. So that can be indefinite until that happens. So I don't think there's any out of compliance issue there. And the historical part, since we've been coming here for a little bit, before we came to council in 2021 to talk about bylaws 2 or 3 times. 2022, we came to council, I presented to council, we met with Mr. Herman's designee, Shakira, and some other individuals. I came back and presented to council about the bylaws. Council directed us to go to the education committee. We went to the education committee. They directed us to have a parent public meeting to discuss the bylaws and then come back to them or council. In May of '23, we had a public meeting, allowed input, received input, both verbally, and 2 weeks later, gave them 2 weeks to provide written. And then we notified the election board of that, and we haven't been afforded the opportunity to get back in front of the election board. So that's kind of the history here, is we've been told to come and present, we do, then they say go to the election or education committee, we do, they say do this, we do that, we come back, and then we're still at a standstill. So that's the history of it a little bit.
Can I ask a question for that? Because I'm new, and so I just want to know, when I started in this, when we got on committee, there was an agenda, and St. Francis Community School is on there, and they've never come. So I guess I'm just asking why that is allowed, why that isn't a violation, or the reporting to council, the audits, those types of things, are those not considered violations? And I'm only asking because when I asked the other lawyer, I was told those were violations and that we were out of compliance. So I just wanted clarification. Thank you.
The audits and all those things, those are on file with the Secretary's office. And we are willing to come and ready to come. We haven't been notified to come to those. And according to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Code of Education, the St. Francis Indian School, White Buffalo CAF, and the college are to present and report annually in a format provided by the Education Committee. So, and we've asked what kind of format or how they want the report, and we haven't been provided any direction on that. So if the Education Committee wants to give us some direction on how they want us to report, we're more willing and able. Otherwise, I suggest that first week of December when we come here, that could maybe serve as the annual report.
And when was the last annual report given?
When?
The previous one, the most recent one?
This past year. It's always a year behind.
So the 2022 year.
A month?
Is on file.
Okay, thank you.
As is the audit.
We have,
Not the forensic audit.
Ben, Micah, and Sheriff.
To clarify what we're doing here right now, to clarify the election part of it. So what you're telling us is that, I guess from your part of it, it won't happen. The elections won't happen until we sort out things. Is that what you're saying, or what's going on here? Because that's the whole purpose of this. The reason why the chairman called this meeting is to make sure that we get this election thing taken care of. But it's saying that you're going to say they're sitting there indefinite until we get everything straightened out. But what we're trying to do is we're trying to straighten that out right now by getting people elected up there for the board, so that way that board can function and be, like we were told in compliance, even with the BIE, when they had the meeting there, that training, is that we're out of compliance, because if you guys have your things set in place here, and there's nobody, and they're not abiding by it, then they're out of compliance. So for us, we're taking that seriously to say we need to make sure that these things we are out of compliance for this stuff. So if we can't take care of this, then we've got to make some solutions or make some kind of remedy for it, so that we are in compliance and we are doing the right thing that we should be doing. So that's what we're doing here right now. So I'm just saying, if we can get this straightened out, what we need to do as far as the election process and what we're going to do to move forward. Because I mean, there's a lot of recommendations we can do, and I'm open to hearing what you guys have, the two recommendations that you have. But I also want to make sure that the council understands what we're going to do too, because we have recommendations that we could probably do too, also, just to help remedy that. So that's what I'm trying to figure out right now, is if you're not going to, have the election or something, we have to find a solution for that too, as a council, as a governing body of the school. So that's one of my questions here. Thank you.
Which bylaws are you talking about that were approved in 2021?
I thought that was before my tenure, But I think that there are some bylaws that were approved by board and council in 2021 is what I was made aware when I came and presented to the council in July of '22. Because I've proposed two sets, one in 2022 and then these in 2023, and those are the only ones that I've been involved with.
Okay, Danny, do you know which bylaws were approved of
We
in
operated
2021?
on the bylaws that were there when we came in 21, so had to have been the 2021. I don't, in my history with the school, none of the bylaws ever came here to get ratified. None of them.
Well, since 2007, well, in resolution, was it 2007-126, it states, that's when that changed, was for council to come
Right.
and for them to be presented to council for that approval. But again, I mean, that's just the adherence to the tribal code and I mean.
So since I started, we did come and we did bring up the bylaws.
But the ones that we drafted and came on
Yeah.
were not approved here, so we haven't operated.
So we were just operating on the ones that were there when we came in 2021.
So other members, council reps or education committee members, so I'm also confused because the issue that we had that started the whole discussion on these bylaws that you brought in June, July of 2022, we were under the understanding that these were the bylaws that you were operating under in 2021.
These were proposed.
And that's why we had you guys bring them to council.
No, those were proposed. We came to get them ratified, but you guys referred us back to Education Committee. So we went to Education Committee. That's what happened.
And that's where, what ones do you have?
The ones that were in the packet. Those are the
Okay.
proposed ones.
2023.
Yeah, those are proposed.
These are the ones that we worked on with the parent meeting and all that stuff.
Yeah, after we asked you guys to have
Yep.
a public hearing. and
No,
stuff.
we're operating off the 2021, the ones that are in place.
But we are not.
These are just
operating off
proposed. We're not operating.
I mean, no, I
those.
understand that you're not, but my question is these 2021 bylaws.
Well, according to 2007-126, they're to be approved by tribal council, so I'd assume they're in the secretary's office.
Is that what we're?
I don't think she sent us the right one. Yeah. Or way out of date.
We came in, we were operating on 2021, whoever. I don't know what those administrations, they never came here and got them ratified. They never did, they just changed them that way.
And they recommend, and they.
So what is the
agreed.
last copy of that? So what documentation do you guys have saying that there was 2021? Because if we should have documentation, you guys should also have documentation.
The only reason, so obviously, I came in 2021, I think Ms. Wyken Eagle did as well. So we were operating under the ones that were already at the board of directors. But when I came and presented to council in 22 on the floor, and I think that was on YouTube, so we could look, but it was agreed that the 2021 bylaws were the ones that were in control.
Okay, so what, Danny, do you have any, can you find documentation?
I'm not, I mean, when I wasn't there, you guys had those boards come and those admin come. Did they present them to you at that time? Right.
But there should be some type of.
All we have is what's there from 2021, yeah. I don't, like I said, I don't think, in my knowledge, that any board ever came and got their bylaws ratified here, not ever. And this was the first time was when we came, when I started, that we brought them down here, just to be in compliance.
So we do have the 2021s at St. Francis.
I mean, Ben was on the board, why don't you ask him? If they got their bylaws ratified down here.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
It's the bylaws.
We need to stay with that.
So to respond to Black.
Point of order, Micah still has the floor.
Sorry.
No, I have more questions.
Sure.
Thank you. You know, I want to say something before, like, I address you guys, and thank you for being here and stuff, but, you know, there's always little tiny jabs taken at each other here on this council floor, but I just want to say that all of our questions that we have, they're all important. So regarding if it's about funding or the election or whatever, they're all important and significant, because those are things that I need to clarify while you guys are here, so I can take them back to committee so we can handle them. From the looks of this, it looks like we made a big mistake as the tribe, and we didn't pay a bill. And we have had several committees in other committees talk about the time that it's taking for our background checks. And it's not just affecting our election, it's affecting all of our committees that come to the Judiciary Committee for the past 3 years that we sat there. Now, sorry if that offends anybody, but that's just what is being reported to me from department heads when I'm at committee. So those are things that we're gonna have to talk about and fix as a council and make sure that we're addressing. I believe that we may be operating off of, or have been allowing the St. Francis Indian School to operate off of the wrong bylaws. Because what we have found here is 2007-126 may be the last time that the bylaws were ratified here. So I want to come to a solution today. I don't want us to all be fighting. We're always fighting each other. I didn't get this job to fight my own people. I got this job to make a difference and deal with big things. There's a bigger fight out there. There's people that owe us money that are living on our lands in the Black Hills, and we should be fighting them, but we're always here fighting each other, running each other down. So let's lift each other up today. I'm just tired of it. You know, we all go through things every day, and we're always here having to face each other. And every time somebody tries to do something, we're always doing something adversarial. We need to come together and come to a solution. Now, if the council isn't in favor of what is presented today by St. Francis's lawyer, then maybe we should ask our lawyer. Or if we feel like Eric is overloaded with our stuff, then maybe we should hire an outside lawyer and get an outside opinion on what we need to do. But I want us to come to a solution today, whatever that may be. There's a lot of other people that are involved in this that feel like they were wronged and gypped out as well. So we're all tribal members. This is our school. Our kids are depending on us. So I really want us to come to a solution today and stop belittling each other. Thank you.
When we were discussing this stuff in Ed Committee, and I'm on the Education Committee now, and I tried to find my own information because, as I said before, sitting here, I don't get what I need to make those decisions. And this is exactly what's happening. It is not our fault that these things aren't prepared and put together. On our end, whose responsibility is that? And it becomes, it just gets into a big mess. But I have a timeline here. I knew it was going to be messy. So I went to the source. St. Francis is my heart and soul. I'll tell all of you that. I'm a product of St. Francis Indian School. And I want that school to thrive. I want it to be the best. I want it to be a model school for all other tribal schools. That's what my intent is. There are things that happened before my time, and there are things that, I don't know about, but I'm here today. Our education department should have us prepared, this body, with all the documentation that we need to make sound decisions. And basically, when we sit here, and we get into a discussion or try to find something, when it comes to our children, we all should be in the same arena. We should all be thinking about the education of those children. St. Francis is historically, it's protected, and it has a lot of history. And you know, not only us here, but there's a lot of alumni out there who really love St. Francis. And you know, boarding school, my mom went there. And so what I did, and I'm old school, I can go on here and Google all that stuff, but you know, I feel that it's my responsibility to find these things out. So I asked Miss Marlene Shortbow to help. And she said, I can give you a timeline. So I have it here. No need to be all upset with each other at all. I have it. So we can make copies. Somebody can make copies of this, and please give it to everybody. And I also want to say that the election that happened was not St. Francis's fault. The tribe took that on, and whatever happened, happened. So the 2 seats didn't get filled. I'm telling you my understanding. But when you do an extensive background check, and I'm glad St. Francis does that extensive background check, because I want people to be in compliance and even a little more for our Lakota kids. So those backgrounds have to be done with every job. When you're out there working with children, I have to do them over and over. But it didn't, on the tribe's end, something happened here. And so we move on into, and then these other issues, I know those seats, they went to court. And I don't really know the outcome of that part. I'd like to know. And then now we're talking about now all 5 positions are open. So when we say we want to be in compliance, let's talk about it. I hope this timeline helps all of us get to the same page. And if this body is authorizing St. Francis to use something they're not supposed to, ding, here we go again. That's on us. And so let's look at this timeline when they bring it out, and that way the lawyers can both look at it, and maybe it'll answer some questions. I don't know if everybody has the education code. I know it's on here, but the bylaws that were active here, the date on that is what I was given in the packet. 2023, April 27th. Inactive bylaws, July 25th, 2022. So those 2022 are inactive, and the one they just gave us is active. So I don't know how, I mean, the committee, well, I'm new too, I'm just, trying to find things out. So I hope this helps, Mr. Chairman, to look at this timeline, and we can kind of discuss from there. So this will help us, and the lawyers can get it.
Thank you. Viola, can I ask clarification? In your binder there, does it say the 2023 ones are the current that they're operating under?
And the resolutions, let's see. So, and here are the resolutions. So August 21st to, Mr. Chairman, would you like these resolutions as well? Okay. Okay. So these should help us. Yeah.
But Lila, can you just clarify, in the binder, which one did they tell you was the one they're using now? The current one?
I think that's in here. The active one is
If I could interject there.
But I just would like her to answer, please.
the one they brought.
The one they brought?
Yeah.
Okay, and that was from the school that said that?
Yeah, the
Okay,
one they
thank
brought,
you.
it's in the packet. Okay.
If I could clear that up, the board of directors approved those 2023 bylaws, but we are not operating under them because we're following 2007-126 that requires council to ratify.
I thought you said you were following 21, or 2021, and there's no existing.
2007-126 says the board of directors can pass bylaws, but they have to be approved by council.
Yeah.
So 2023, we're not operating
No,
under.
but earlier when I asked, I thought you said 2021. I just wanted to.
That's what council said when I was here in 2022. They said the
But
ones that were
you
controlled.
didn't see the document?
I never saw a resolution from here because my understanding is the prior board of directors or the superintendent or whoever it was never came to get them ratified by council.
Thank you.
Okay, we have, Vera.
Hello, I wanted to speak a little bit, I want to speak for myself on the subject. I've seen some minutes. I had resigned from the education committee a while ago under Donna when she was there. And for my reasons was because every election, or every education committee that I attended, the committee deviated to St. Francis Indian School. And it became, in my opinion, very personal, like it was a family that was against another family. And it was kind of hard, you know, and in my opinion, you know, if it's unhealthy at home or even on the top, then our Wakayaja are gonna suffer. It's the children who are gonna suffer when these people argue. And it was kind of weird because it was all Todd County High School graduates that were against the Warriors. I'm a Tiger. You know, in high school, this would matter. Lakota wihemacha, chokata upi wimia. I'm not no little kid no more. I'm a woman that represents a community. My child was going to school at St. Francis when this school was being attacked at every angle. And I couldn't be a part of that. And I told Representative Hollowhorn Bear that this is a very negative environment. It's one family against another. And I even had a stake in one of the families. I have a Huka brother that passed away. And I said, you know, it's unhealthy. After I go home, I got a smudge. It's you know, it's personal. It wasn't collectively as a Oyate, these children are our future. No, it was somebody did me wrong Dona years ago. I'm in this position now and I'm gonna do something. You know, when I was in undergrad, you know, I went to our education committee. They told me, you know, I had this big project, an externship out of state. Make a PowerPoint, let us know what you need. I had my mom pick up my check, $25 to make it to MSU in Bozeman. Do wallet. So, you know, the education committee, maybe they need to be a Hoya too. Maybe they could be Wahokia. Maybe somebody could set them down. Maybe they have an elder at home. Because our children are the ones suffering, not us. It's the children. So I wanted to make it clear that I already resigned from there, and thank you for bringing it up. But you guys have bigger problems to attend to. Our children are the ones suffering at St. Francis Indian School. Meanwhile, we got that same committee trying to micromanage, take away JOM from White River, from Todd County. Our kids are suffering. So all I have to say is if we did commit a blunder, we better be able to say imuktuja, to forgive ourselves, because this is bad. And I took myself off because I cannot be a part of that. You know, I'm a scholar myself. I didn't have that opportunity that the other ones got from our education committee. I got chopped, I got the kibosh. So I used my own brains, and I'm a 6-time scholar through graduate school. So if I can lend my prayers to the Oyate and to the children, then I'm gonna back up whoever's getting bullied. And that's all I have to say.
Anybody else? Okay.
Just quickly, Mr. Chairman, let's go off of that, I think. You know, yes, I sat on the board. I don't want to go into any of that type of stuff. That's negativity. I want to stay positive. So again, we're just trying to remedy the election process. That's what we're trying to do. I mean, so that's what we're here for, and that's what I want to stick to. Because again, there's a lot of stuff that will be coming up. I mean, surprisingly, you know, there's probably a lot of text messages people are getting from a lot of the public right now of what's going on, you know, but we're trying to stick with what we're doing right now, which is just basically getting the election taken care of and what we can do to get a board sitting on that school board. Because like I said, I'm a big stickler about boards. You know, we had some issues with other entities, you know, casino, all those other places. So we need to make sure that there's people sitting on that board. And I don't want to get personal on these things, nor you get personal vendetta. That's why I said I'm staying out of a lot of these school board issues, because that's what's going to come up. They think that's what my deal is going to be. They're like, I'm going to go for this. I'm in here now, you know, like somebody said too, I'm going to go after these guys. No, that's not what I'm here for. I was voted in by the people to have a strong voice and to make sure that we're doing what we're supposed to be doing. Transparency is one of the biggest things. So again, you know, to make sure that we're doing the right thing no matter what. And again, you know, Mr. Chairman, you said you brought him here, and we're going to discuss it again too in the next month. So hey, it's going to come up again, you know. So I mean, I'm just saying we need to take care of this situation right now. I mean, now we just got moved to the bylaws, or to the bylaws. I mean, that's, hey, we out of there. We're supposed to be sticking to the election. How's that going to happen? How are we supposed to take care of that? So that's what we're here for. That's what I want to stick to. Once you veer off, and I understand that. I mean, there's a lot of, you know, I guess you say, you know, skill level type deals. When you go off in different directions, everybody's going to jump on it, you know. But I'm not going. I want to stick to this. I want to make sure we stick to this. So again, that's my take on it, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Hi, hello, everyone. Thank you for coming. I agree with everyone that has been speaking, from Dara to Sherry to Emily, Lila, Ben. You know, you guys all bring valid points to the table. We shouldn't be fighting against each other. And first off, however this comes off, again, I apologize, but shame on you, lawyer, for saying, bringing up topics that made us conflict with each other. I seen what you were doing there. Very smart, very loyal type. But we have, like you said, we're just here to figure out how we're going to go with the election board process, right? Yes, and then you guys are just giving your opinions, correct? Just on how to go about it. Correct? Yes or no?
I was given a historical background. This was asked for by Ms. Emily over there.
Okay.
That's the only reason I discussed any of that history.
Okay, well, if you were to give us your opinion now, and then we'll get our own opinion from our own, and then we'll come together and make it a solution so that we can move this process along faster for the people who are listening and for everyone else. And just know that regardless of how we feel as individuals, I'm pretty sure us 20 or us 12 people around this table are going to stand together when it comes to this process. Because the next generation is correct. The next generation is important. My grandfather went to that school. I have a lot of friends that came from that school, and I'll have a lot of nieces and nephews and possibly grandkids that go to that school. So it's very important that we get this moving forward.
Welcome. Good to see you guys. I can see Danny's kind of upset, and I can see why she's upset. I didn't know the history of everything that's going on, but I do want to throw my 2 cents in and say that if there's any way that council or the tribe making them pay for their own election is going to affect their funding, then we shouldn't even bother them with that. That's something council should take care of. We shouldn't even be a part of affecting any of their funding. That's all I wanted to say about that.
I just have a question, because I also agree that if that's gonna, they don't have money for it, why are we making it? But is the new bylaws that are proposed, are you proposing to pay for your own election and house it? So you do have funding? I'm just a little bit confused. Thank you.
The cost of an election for us to take care of it, it would just be the cost of paper and judges, and then to come in and oversee it, education committee to come in and oversee it. That's how we ran them before the charter was pulled. It was just a paper ballot, and they had judges there, and they had overseers. That's all they did.
And that's what you're proposing to do again with that in your state. But anyway, sorry, I'll wait.
Okay, Mr. Argenbright, are you?
Yes.
You need to.
Well, to respond to Mr. Black Bear, and I'm not trying to stir the pot here. All I'm trying to do is tell the truth, and if you have any questions or if you need anything, if you think that I was untruthful, tell me where I was, and I'll correct it. But I was just trying to give the historical background as Ms. Emily requested. With response to what you're getting back on track, like I said, October 30th, we met with Shakira, we met with Ms. Leonard Whitman, Danny, myself, and Mr. President Herman. Mr. President Herman requested two options.
And Eric.
And Mr. Antoine was there. They requested two options, and they're in your yellow folder. And that was after we had discussed these options, and he said, can you reduce those to writing and provide them to me? That's what I've done. So I can read it, or you guys can read it, but option one is, as discussed in his office that day on October 30th, declare the election held August 25th, 2022 void ab initio for the following reasons. Background investigation of the candidates for St. Francis Indian School Board of Directors was not commenced, conducted, nor completed as required by RST Ordinance 8610. The St. Francis Indian Schools bylaws require background investigations be conducted for any candidate to its board. The federal law requires background investigations be conducted for any candidate to a BIE schools board. B, amend RST Ordinance 8610 so that the election ordinance includes and incorporates St. Francis Indian Schools Board of Directors elections under tribal election ordinance, because as it sits currently, said election is not covered by the language of 8610. C, in the event tribal council amends ordinance 8610 to include St. Francis Indian School, then and only then the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Election Board could properly notice the two openings on the board of directors, receive nominating affidavits, conduct background investigations preemptively, and hold another election following tribal law, federal law, and St. Francis Indian Schools bylaws for the two positions that were noticed in the August 25th, 2022 election, general election. And I had a sub A there. However, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe will have to pay for that expense, which is estimated to be around $28,000, as the Bureau of Indian Education funding schools are precluded from using funds for such expenses, as attached is Exhibit A from a letter that I mentioned earlier from somebody from BIE. Option two, approve the bylaws that St. Francis Indian School has approved, and by virtue of the bylaws, St. Francis Indian School would notice and conduct its own election, conduct its own background investigations and drug tests for candidates seeking the positions, and as a result, pay for the same. B, in the event tribal council chose this option, resolution 2007-126 would need to be amended accordingly. So those are the two options that we discussed.
Ben, Emily, go ahead, Ben.
Okay, I got a quick one on that one. So, you guys met with also Eric too, so, I hope he has some kind of an agreement on it. I know, you know, the chairman did come to you to make sure you had some options for that reason and stuff, but, I mean, to make it fair, I believe, you know, education system should be a part of that too also, because again, we want to make it fair, because again, the education system is kind of one of the I guess, bodies for the tribe to the school also, to make that relevant. So I would like to make sure that, you know, I know that's your option, that's why I say we want to look at your option, we want to make sure what that looks like, because again, when we was brought into it before, they were saying, well, what do we want to do? You know, so I was like, well, when it comes to this, here at the governing body, we're thinking, well, we have places, people for that. So the school, you guys have that experience and understanding, but we also have the education committee. So to me, if we do the education committee also, to have their input also on it, because again, to make sure it's fair and understanding with the community of the tribe. Anyway. So that's why I'm saying it's good that you guys brought the option. I'm kind of glad that the chairman did request that from you guys, but I do believe, you know, we should get both sides of it, not just one side, so that way we're aware of it, because we have a lot of conflict, you know, a lot of issues out there. So we just make sure that's fair is what I'm trying to get at. So your recommendation, you know, we'll take that into consideration, which is good, but I also would like to see if our in-house attorney was in support of that and also, you know, was okay with that. But to me, as a council representative, I want to make sure it's fair, and that our education committee also has a say-so in it too, to say, well, yeah, we're okay with that too. So that's one of the reasons why I would say our education committee and then also our lawyers should have an understanding of it too. So if it's one-sided, I don't think that would be really fair. So that's why I would want to make that comment. But thank you.
Okay, we have Emily, Ray, and Eric.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have the first question is, can you explain a little bit on why only the two positions were addressed and not the full board?
They actually were, and another option.
I meant in the options, it only talks about two.
In two, I did throw out there, and I don't know why he didn't put that as part of the options, but they have 5 positions open, and they have to be staggered terms. So we did talk about having another election and making maybe a few of them are 3-year terms and the rest of them 2-year terms to get back to that staggered term.
Yep, that was a suggestion from committee too. So is that correct? Or could you answer why all 5 weren't on there?
When we spoke with President Herman, Mike, she expire it, Mr. Antoine. That was the concept, is so we can continue to preserve the staggering of the terms, so we didn't get everybody in at once. Because if we didn't address that in bylaws and it was just held in the election, the seats would still be, they would be elected at the same time and expire at the same time.
Okay, that's just a little bit different than what I heard President Scott say, so
No,
maybe we could have a follow-up to
if
include a
that's-
different option, but,
If that's different, I didn't mean to be different, because what
No.
we discussed was, I was trying to reiterate what he said, so if I
yeah, no, he
mischaracterized
said it
it.
would be all 5 seats that are
Oh.
available, and this one only addresses 2. So that's fine. But, so then my second question would be kind of to go, I guess it's not a question, it's a comment, to go along with what Ben had mentioned about making sure that it's fair. So I would maybe recommend taking these recommendations back to the committee and ask for discussion. That way our lawyer, education committee, and anybody else who's listening, or anybody else who has, passion or input for this, that they can be part of that conversation, because I feel this is really important, and there's a lot of history here, and I don't want to miss any of that and trying to rush a decision today. So I would just make a recommendation that any of these or all of the options go back to committee for approval, back to recommend, or to be recommended back to council. Thank you.
Comment. Emily kind of answered my question, or asked it on part C, because it only said 2 and it should be 5. And then on option A, to declare the election on August 25th, void ab initio? Does that mean just to kind of like void? Okay. So then what does that mean with like current, like, legal stuff that's already in the courts, I guess? What does that mean to? Okay. So then it'll just go away. Okay.
Eric, Micah, and then Howard.
Good afternoon again, Council. And for those of you who are not aware, I originally drafted and worked on these different amendments and the original version of 07-126. But along those lines, looking at the options that have been proposed by SOH, in these 2 options, I was going to suggest that there's currently not enough council members here to amend the ordinance if you want to take a stab at resolving this today, but you can amend the resolution with the current quorum. And I was going to suggest, why not allow me and I can work with the representatives of SOH to amend 07-126 and amend the bylaws so that the board of directors conducts their own elections rather than having under the election code, and that'll resolve the issues on payment for the election and background checks. And secondly, that we include in the amendment to 07-126 quarterly board reports to council, because the issues all began back in 07 because there was some federal law on No Child Left Behind and adequate yearly progress and all that wasn't being complied with by the board. And that's how we got into that situation in the first place. So I think the solution to that, and it continues to be the same solution, is to have the board adequately report to council that it's in compliance with its federal obligations in administering these federal contract funds. And that would be my suggestion.
We have Micah and then Lynn.
So, no fault of anybody sitting here or Danny, but so from my understanding, the 2007, whatever was in place at that time are the bylaws that should be followed. So because since that resolution was passed, and Eric, correct me if I'm wrong, where it states that tribal council has to approve the bylaws. So anything that's been amended since then by the board at St. Francis should not be in place. The school board should not be following
Unless the
those.
council decides to.
Well, no, I'm talking about I'm not talking about amending anything right now, but I'm just saying, so my understanding is that those 2, whatever is in place in 2007, are the bylaws that St. Francis should be following. Because since then, tribal council has never approved of any other bylaws since then. are ratified. So the discussion last week in education was that we collectively want all 5 of the board seats up for election. That was one option that we talked about, or one decision, because the 2 back in 2022, those seats, if we did an election now, would come up in August for the next tribal election. And then the other 3 seats would still be sitting on their 3-year term. So to me, I don't believe that there's any issue with messing with the staggered terms if we did all 5 board seats. The other option that we talked about was removing the board and putting a temporary board in with some of the education committee members. So that's what pretty much, and any other education committee members that want to chime in, that was the discussion last Wednesday. And with the meeting with Scott, I was not in that meeting to talk about the election or nothing. I was in there for the last 10 minutes, and it was already, decisions had been made and options were already talked about. So that's why on Wednesday, when we talked about it, I did inform of what the 2 options were, and we discussed it. So that's the conclusion of the education meeting.
Yeah, and if you remember right, I did come and ask you if I can address the education committee.
Yeah.
When you got there, and I don't think it was ever done, so.
I addressed it later in the meeting, so everybody was aware of the conversation. So those are the 2.
I'm not trying to hide anything.
Oh, I know. And
Eric, go ahead.
You know, Mr. Chair and Micah, that's the other thing I forgot, I didn't get a chance to mention, or forgot to mention, is since the current bylaws call for an election, and there's some board members, the whole board basically, that are holding their seats because there hasn't been a valid election. I think the whole board would be set, we could have the whole election for the 5 members, and that would address the concern of the education committee with amending 07-126 to permit that and adopt a bylaw or whatever in the SOH bylaws to address that in the resolution. Rather than remove the board, just have new elections.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what we discussed in education.
Yeah, that's what I was going to suggest, that would be part of the amendment to 07-126.
Because part of the reason why we said that the school board was out of compliance was because the 2 seats weren't filled for whatever reason, and then the 3 current seats were up in August, and then an election that happened, and for whatever reason. And then the other thing too that was brought up was in 2021, when a school board member had resigned, a term from a member that was currently sitting was then transitioned into that position. And was that done?
2020.
2020? So that was another thing that was brought up into question of why that happened, or so that's why.
2021, so.
Well, I mean, I'm just sharing, I'm not pointing or blaming, but that was just something that was brought to our attention of another reason why the board would be out of compliance was also that. So, I mean, and I just kind of want to move the conversation along and see, I mean, you know, I would be open to making a motion to advertise for all 5 seats.
Second. If that's your motion, that's.
Are you in favor, or are you making a motion?
Motion to advertise for all 5 Sitangu Oyate Ho board member seats.
Okay, I'll get a secretary. I don't know if you need to include in the motion that these seats would be, when they're advertised, that they would be, the term would be staggered or.
Yeah.
Like,
Go ahead.
like advertised for a few at 3 years and a few.
2 would be at 1 year to finish this. They would be up in August.
Yeah.
And then there would be an election for those 2 seats then,
Yeah.
and then 3 would be a 3-year term.
Yeah. Well, did they seek that second person? That
It's
second-
not, done the background or drug testing.
And then I had a question, if I can, like who's gonna do the backgrounds? Can we clarify who's gonna get the backgrounds done?
I think.
It's our responsibility.
So, council and tribes, the tribe will take that on to get through this election. And then we can figure it out.
Okay, we have a bunch of hands going up. We have Ben, Cindy, and then Cindy wants the floor. Go ahead, Ben.
These are just, yeah, those are the comments I wanted to make, Mr. Chairman, is that, you know, if we're gonna go along with this 5-1, then there's another discussion on it too, is again, you know, who's gonna pay for it, and then the guidelines that they implemented, you know, what those guidelines would entail. I mean, is that still gonna come into effect? That's gonna be an issue regardless of who, you know, and then we have to screen ahead of time if that's the case. You know, I don't know. I mean, that's what I'm saying. So we need to figure this out also too. I am supportive of getting more for the 5 board members, but we have to find out where the funding is gonna come for that. And then also, the guidelines for it, you know, in order to be, running for that, school board position, you have to have a background. And it's gotta be completed and, you know, all these types of things that's gonna place. So who does that? But if it's going back to the old one, then I believe, you know, it's on us as the tribe, so it'd be on the election committee, so we would have to give them that detail. So, I'm just saying we have to debate that discussion if, you know, what they're requesting is that the, you know, the background checks and, I guess all these things to make our kids safe, you know, that those are implied or maybe talked about, or something to that effect, you know. So that's why I'm saying we need to make it a discussion on that too. Also, but I mean, yeah, right now getting the thing straightened out, which is the 5 members. So I mean, supported that, but I just want to make sure we clarify that to have that understanding. Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead, Cindy.
I just wanted to say that, in working on that timeline, that we wouldn't even have to stagger them, we would just leave them the way they are. When that group, that 21 group, would be done in 24, they would only be on there 1 year, but this new group would be on there for 3 years. It's only been, 3 months, September, October, November, 3 months.
You said all 5.
And we just stick with it, because this follows the elections, and it's gonna cost more to re-stagger them. And if you guys are worried about money, I just was working on budgets. I can pay for the election through one of our grants that we have.
Yay.
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 I only discovered that yesterday.
I
had to work at night.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. So back in 2014, this council fired the grievance board. And, not this one specifically, but the one back then. And there was a new board that replaced them, and that was also a staggered term. I was a part of that grievance board, and what we ended up doing was we drew straws. Everyone was elected, all 5 of us were elected, and we drew straws. And when we drew straws to have the 2-year term, and then the other ones got the 3-year term. So those are also options, because if we do this right now, the reason why I'm supporting this and kind of pushing for it is because the terms follow along with our terms. So if they get elected during this next cycle of elections, it'll fall on schedule with us and theirs as well. So I think it's a good decision, but.
Since there's discussion, I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay. Well, you have a second to your motion, so there was,
So
you
we
need a
can
second?
discuss.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Did you second that, Sharon?
I did.
Okay.
Okay.
So we're in discussion right now. Go ahead, Chris.
Okay, I just have questions. So, since we're still in your motion, actively doing all 5, maybe we can be more like specific with like the background checks in order to, like, they specifically say that, like even when it comes to council, like, when it comes to a criminal offense, it has to, as long as it's not like a physical offense or anything like that, they can still run. And I believe that's the same for the education board, or the BIE, isn't it? No? Okay. Well, child piracy, but that includes, yeah, so that includes anything falling, anything doing wrong to a child, correct? No? Or just anything at all?
It's no felonies, no crimes of dishonesty, no sexual crimes, no crime of violence, no crime against people.
Okay, well, that's my next question. Because there was 2 seats that were up, that one of them made it through, correct? that past background and everything, at least?
It's not passed,
Huh?
sort of, not really.
Sorry, not really. Well, would it be possible, given the due process, to have the ability to get this, at least do that for last term? Just curious, asking questions.
It's not our decision right now.
Yeah, I was just asking that question, if they'd still be eligible for that.
Thank you. I think we're coming to a consensus here, it looks like, but the goal was at one point discussed about giving this back to St. Francis. Giving it back to the school where it originally was and where it belongs. Because it was, first of all, you know, the money issue, you know, thank God there's money there right now. Secondly, the politics shouldn't be there. You know, it's an education system. And we have representatives that are here on this body to, you know, be the liaison. So everything is in place. And I don't know what made it come here, but parents are invested in that school. There's always a huge turnout. If you all get a chance and you go over there and it's parent night or they have activity, it's always really crowded. But that would be the goal, to give it back to the parents at some point here. And this election with the 5, if we can do that, and then Cindy also recommended, because if this election comes, when is it gonna be?
Looking at my timeline, is there any specifics in your guys' bylaws on how long we have to advertise it? And we have to, you know, consider how long the backgrounds are gonna take to come back.
Yeah, I don't know them off the top of my head, but it has to be published in the school newspaper however many times notice.
I do believe it's 4 times.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
there's a month.
Yeah.
Plus backgrounds after,
backgrounds.
plus, so.
That's why I do when I do council and administration, I start in the whole month of May, just so I have that whole month of June to make sure my backgrounds come back in a timely manner, and sometimes I don't.
And we have to have drug tests too. And that's part of our argument, if I maybe heard, is that backgrounds and drug tests are conditions precedent. They have to be done before. Otherwise, you could end up with people claiming to be the top vote getters that are ineligible to sit on the board of directors by tribal law and federal law. And then all of a sudden, you're back to square one and having to have an election again. That's why these things have to be done beforehand. And that's why 8610 says it must be done beforehand in the nominating affidavit. And if I could be heard more so, the 2007-126 resolution that is reinstated July 22nd, 2009, on the 3rd page, it says that be it also resolved that the Education Review Board shall develop and recommend election policies and procedures for the St. Francis Indian School Board in collaboration with the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Election Board and School Board Secretary. And be it also resolved that the Review Committee will become the interim Board of Directors during the period of time the Board of Directors undergo background investigation and certified by the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. And the interim board will comply with the policies of the school, and it shall, and that was basically it. So that's the, and then the last, be it finally resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Election Board is directed to implement and assist the Education Review Board to conduct the election of the St. Francis Indian School Board. So it's and that's the most recent resolution of 2007-126. So it's not clear what the Education Review Board did. It's not clear what they proposed. It's not clear how they proposed holding these elections, and that was their task of being appointed as the review board, is to come up with a manner and a mechanism to hold the elections for St. Francis Indian School Board of Directors. And I've not seen, and maybe somebody can get it, I've not seen where it's at. And it set forth who those were. It was Dr. Richard Bordeaux, Dr. Archie Beauvais, Eustace Nightshield, Sherry Red Owl, Nancy Keller, Victor DeVille, and Ben Blackbeard Jr.
That's the review board. So they're supposed to oversee the
So
election.
they're the ones that are supposed to work with the election board to hold the election for St. Francis and develop the mechanism for doing so. And maybe there's a history of it, maybe there's a paper trail here, I don't know, I've not seen it. But that's what the resolution that's in force stated.
Okay, Sheriff, go ahead.
Sorry, I know there's a motion on the floor. I just wanted to clarify a few things. So Cindy mentioned that she had money for backgrounds, however, or for an election, but maybe we should utilize that funding for backgrounds instead, and host these elections with our upcoming election, if the mover is okay with that. And I also think that after this motion, we should make another motion to direct the Governmental Affairs Committee to incorporate St. Francis Indian School language and election into our election code or ordinance. And I guess the biggest question that we're gonna have to decide as a council, maybe even before we vote on the election or after, is the council wanting to keep the elections with our election, or are we wanting to give the election back to the school board or to the school? And I understand like both sides, but for me, the biggest thing becomes the financial portion of it and how expensive elections are. And if it's better to just have them all together, I think that, you know, that would be easiest, but that's just something that I wanted to bring up.
We have Ben and then Michelle. Go ahead.
Just to clarify, I think too, with the funding source, I mean, you already made it clear earlier that the BIE will not fund any type of election, right?
Nor Department of Ed.
Yeah, no Department of Ed. So we cannot give that election capability to the school because they don't have the funds to bring it up. So it would fall on us as a council to make those election results. Because again, if the funding source does not allow it, then we cannot give it to them to make them do it. So that's why I'm saying, I think if we go back to our own election office and let them know and make them aware, also the education committee, to make that process for the St. Francis Indian School, that's probably what we should be doing anyway, just looking at that process. Because again, they're already making it clear that the funding source will not allow them to spend money for the elections.
The funding source won't, but you know, as on the board, that you get interest off your money given by that. So we have unsecured funds that are generated off the interest. That's only like $4,000, but an election that St. Francis can hold would not cost $4,000. But that's the money that gets generated off the federal funding that we get. So we can use that because that's money generated off what we put in the bank. We
Okay.
can't use any of that money, but we can use
Okay,
general
so
fund.
I know that, he was making it clear that you cannot,
Right.
regardless,
We
you
can't
cannot.
use any of
Yeah,
that,
but that's what I'm
but we
saying,
can
that,
use
he
general
made
fund.
that, he made that clear, so I just wanna make sure that we are on the right track. If he's making it clear that we cannot utilize the funding for that, but yet there is funding now for that.
Not a
so-
lot, not 28,000.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying, so we gotta clarify that. And I
Yeah.
myself would believe that, the education committee and also our election committee should be able to have that understanding, and we can approve those types of fundings for that. And again, that's where we have to make that decision here, with the BIA training, that's what they can't give us, is that you guys are the head people for that school, and that, you can make recommendations, things to that effect, but we are the ultimate source to make sure that process is being followed. So anyway, that's what I'm saying, just the funding part of it, the two different things. At the end here, there is funding for the St. Francis School to have the elections. I'm just making that clear. So that's what I'm saying, is that if they can't do the elections, then we'll have to move it to our own election committee. So, anyway, thank you.
Yeah, can you bring a police officer? Gotta make someone comfortable.
Okay, Michelle?
That was one of the questions I had too that Ben asked, but then I also wanted to see if Danny wanted an opportunity to speak and give her thoughts on how, I think that she's been doing an amazing job as the superintendent running the school. And all those issues, the reasons why these policies were changed and everything was because the reporting wasn't being done, just like Eric mentioned. And I know that we haven't gotten any reports either, but I feel like we should give Danny an opportunity to speak as well as far as making some kind of recommendations. She's the one running the school right now, and I know that, I don't know the reason why they weren't put on. I know money was mentioned, and that's why they weren't added to the ballot, but I think with that, we need to move forward with it and figure something out now instead of just bouncing back and forth, trying to figure out who's at fault. Come up with a solution.
Danny, do you know, I know what you, as far as being a superintendent, and when you talk, you have your option, you always talk about turning it back to the school. I'm sure that's what you're gonna say. And the ideal thing for her is to give it back to the school, but I'm not answering for you, but you wanna talk about that, or?
Well, I think in 1973, when it was given to the parents from the mission, the whole idea was to keep it parent-run from 1973 on. And they started the 638 process then. The 638 process was done in 1980, and the whole premise was to keep it parent-operated, parent board, and then hire Native American administrators, Native American teachers. That's pretty hard in a teacher shortage and in a principal shortage. That's pretty hard. But the whole premise, which started in 1973, was to keep it that. And there are some people's parents that were on that board here that were parents. And they know best because they have kids there. It's pretty hard for a parent in Bonesteel, or not a parent, but a enrolled member in Bonesteel, Gregory, Winter. They don't send their kids there. We did have some kids come from Winter. We would go out there and get them. Whoever wanted to enroll, we went and got them. But I just want to stick to what the elders started in 1973 by keeping it parent-run, parent-operated, and just keep it that, keep it simple. It's not going to cost $28,000 to do an election. We get generated funds for our general fund. It's not a lot because the bank interests are very low. We only get 3% off the money that gets in there. But that money, you can do it, but there's not a lot because you don't generate a lot of funds. So that would be my ideal. I could go on forever, but I don't want to.
They asked for thoughts, so. Yeah. So we have a motion on the floor. Micah made a motion to, and we had a second by Cher. Do you want to read back the motion? Okay, can we read back the motion, please?
The motion is to advertise for the 5 school, Sicangu Oyateho school board members seats, 2 one-year terms and 3 two-year terms, which would come up in the following election in 2024, right, or 25, would it be 25?
Mm-hmm.
Would it have to be a 3-year term or a 2-year term for those 3 seats to fall in line with our election?
Have to be a two. Yeah, August.
Are you having an election now and then another one in the summer?
No,
Or are you waiting till the summer?
waiting till the summer.
Yeah.
So what are you doing every time?
No, my motion is to have an election like immediately now.
Oh.
And 2 seats will be for 1-year term,
Mm.
approximately, that will come up in August. That will coincide with the tribal elections this summer. That would follow that would stay in the way that it's set.
Let's do it.
The pending lawsuit.
We could do anything we want, lawyer. Or the council.
We can do anything we want, we should get it back to the school.
Okay, is there a motion clarified then, or you need some? My idea was to do them all over and make one, a few of them 3-year terms and a 2-year term, and then we just, but you wanted to coincide with the election, is that what you're saying?
So with your recommendation in option 1 though, Kurt, with the question you just asked Eric, if we could do that, how is that different from your option?
Well, I think part of your motion then would need to be to declare the election of August 25th, 2022 void ab initio.
And was that just the school board election? That wasn't the tribal council election? That was the school board?
So what?
Because if it's the
That,
tribal council
excuse me,
election-
not the whole thing. The St. Francis part of the general election.
It's an election.
Eric? To Emily's question.
So my question was, in one of the recommendation options that they're asking us to waive or make that last 2023 election.
Thank you.
Thank
So I
you.
was asking if that was without with our tribal
need some
election,
caffeine.
if we void that election, that's lost of other things other than just the community. And I was understanding that you can't differentiate because they happened on the same voting day, the same election process.
Well, I'm kind of unclear which direction we were going to go, because in order to void that election, I think the recommendation was to go back and amend 8610 to include, the SOH election in our election ordinance. So, or else, are you going to do that? Because in order to do that, you don't have enough, you need quorum of 13 to amend the ordinance.
No, my question was just in relation to that one option.
If you do this motion, it'll have to be consistent with 07126.
Okay, so I understand that part, but my question was just like in theory, if we as a council say, do what he's asking in option 1 and declare that the election held on August 25th, 2022 is void ab, however you say that, is that going to affect anybody else that was elected at that time? Or was that the only election that was held? I'm not sure, I wasn't.
That was the only election that was held, but I'm thinking that Argenbright was saying that maybe we should void the election before we make the motion. I think that's what he's suggesting, so.
The whole thing isn't my concern. St. Francis Indian School is why I'm here. So that's what I was referring to with that.
Just the last election.
If I can answer your question, my understanding of the membership of the board as it currently exists is there are 3 members whose terms would have expired in August but are maintaining their seats because they haven't been replaced yet. And then there's the other 2 that, yeah.
The question was about if it negates, my question is, that election that they're talking about in 2022, was that only a school board election? If it was only a school board election, then I don't think I have a question. But if the election was held in conjunction with a tribal election or any other officials besides, like a community officer or something like that, besides the St. Francis School Board, then I'm asking your opinion on how we negate that election when it's.
You can sever the school board election from the rest of the election, because all of those are validly conducted and all those officers are seated. It's just a question on the school board because basically they haven't passed or met the eligibility standards to be on the school board.
And because
Thank you.
SOH is an
Oh, sorry.
agency.
Thank you, Eric.
So, does that answer your question?
No, I was just addressing
Oh, I
you
thought
for
you had
Emily
questions.
because she had a question.
You still have the floor. You can have the floor.
Oh, yeah, I just was kind of curious about this, but Mr. Chairman, I guess clarify, revert back to, taking out that election from, prior year. It's, really kind of difficult, I think, because there's still some issues that still pertain to that, election with the 2 people not being seated, I guess. If those are still in, you say wait for one for a background, so, what happens if they clear that background or making these decisions? So what do we do?
We notified the one per order to come and get background tested, do drug tested, we would swear him in immediately. He's failed to follow through with that, and he still has time, I guess, to do that, unless you do this.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying, that's what I want to make sure that if because that's one of the reasons why it came up, and there was some needed some clarification on that, I guess, too. So that's why I wanted to make sure that we're aware of that, we're not violating anybody's rights or violating anything like that. So I just want to make sure that that's what we're talking about. All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Since there's two questions in since there's two questions, or seats in question, sorry. I had COVID last month, so my brain isn't there. I wanted to ask the mover if we could reconsider the motion, to only advertise for the 3 positions and, move forward that way so we can figure out what's happening with these other 2. And once there's a resolution for those 2, then we can come up with a solution for those, if the mover would agree with that. Because I think we need to move forward and make a decision. I don't want us to lose quorum, and I have to get going soon.
I have a question. So where is the lawsuit currently? What is this, well, I guess we should go off there or an executive.
That's what I was saying, we get to this point, I think we should go up there, if you guys agree with it. Eric, what do you suggest we do? We're gonna talk about the lawsuit, do we need to go off the air, or what do we do?
Is it open?
Well, it's still a litigation. Even though the tribe isn't a party, this tribe has an interest in how the resolution of that lawsuit. And depending on what the resolution is, it's gonna directly affect your decision on the remaining 2 seats. And I think Ben's point was that, if those questions on the eligibility to be on the board for those 2 seats are not resolved, then we should probably avoid discussing that in the public until we decide how we're going to handle that, because we don't want to jeopardize the court's decision. Technically, that could be looked at as a violation of separation of powers.
So my follow-up to that, Eric, is, so if this was a conversation and your office got in to declare that August 25th, 2022 void ab initio as one of the options that St. Francis brought forward, would that jeopardize the tribe also by having that in any way?
Well, if you look at that letter, the option also includes amending the ordinance. And that can't happen today.
But it's speaking to the 2 seats that are still in litigation. So if we went forward with that option, would we have put ourselves in some type of situation?
Possibly, yes, because there isn't any resolution to those cases. As I understand it, there's still pending.
Thank you. I just wanted to kind of, again, reiterate kind of our reasoning at committee, why we asked for that. And again, we're not lawyers, maybe we definitely should have asked for Eric or somebody in there when we were discussing our options, because I feel that what our intentions was to do what we're talking about right now, was to get them in compliance, whether that's us accepting the seated board right now, or whether this council places an interim board, but basically getting them into so they can function right now while the lawsuits are getting worked out, while the bylaw situations are getting worked out, while all these things are getting situated, then we can pay for it and have the election this summer. So again, I'm just asking maybe Eric or whoever might be able to, like, is that an option? Do we have authority as this board to either say the existing board right now, we're gonna make them official, or we're gonna pick some people that are gonna be official? Is that an option?
It would be my opinion, and I'll let Eric respond to it, would be my opinion that the board is not out of compliance. And therefore, I don't think that you would have the grounds to remove but for them being out of compliance. Then my other opinion would be that you couldn't hold the election because SOH is not in your election ordinance, 8610.
But that would allow us time to do that, right?
Potentially, but then I'll let Eric respond.
Like I said, there's the options that were suggested that weren't discussed in the committee. Maybe those options should go back to the committee too. Because obviously there's still some questions on the effects of.
There's a motion on the floor.
I'd like to make a motion that these suggestions and options are forwarded onto committee for the education committee for further discussion. I'd also like to ask our education department and any other department that you guys feel needs to be involved in this conversation to also either weigh in to provide written option or to come to that meeting that we can discuss it as a whole and try to talk about what's best moving forward.
You guys want us to do a special meeting to just address it, or, wait for your regular education meeting?
I just really wanted to allow time for like anybody else who has an interest in this to be able to give an option, because right now we only have two options and none of them were from our tribal side. It was from the school side, and so I just want to make sure that either we're looking at them and adding suggestions or having time to ask questions or research a little bit.
You made a motion, so we have a second.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Need a second.
I'll second her motion.
Wait, what was that motion? There's a
We'll
lot
read
of
it back.
talking.
We'll read it back.
Should I shorten it?
No. Motion by Emily Boyd-Yolanda to refer the suggestions and the options from the school board or the St. Francis Indian School to the education committee, and education committee and any other interested parties get involved and come to the committee meeting to get to the meeting to deal with options and move forward.
Yeah, and the goal there is to have a recommendation then.
Back to council.
Yeah, back to council. Thank you.
Any more discussion?
I think that's kind of backwards, that's been going on for going on years now. But I'm sorry, I mean, that's a good motion, but that's the same thing that was asked in 2000 and, geez, I thought, which year you wanna talk about, you know what I mean? So, I'm gonna, if your motion doesn't make it, I'm gonna recommend and make a motion to give the school board back to St. Francis Indian School, because it's getting ridiculous, the types of micromanaging that's going on here, committee level, council level. Our children are suffering, and it's not us. So, if her motion dies, I'm gonna make the motion to give the school board election back to St. Francis Indian School where it belongs.
Ben?
Okay, quickly, Mr. Chairman, I want to make sure that, I guess for us making this decision on what we're going to do with the election, because that's what we're here for, is make sure we get the election correct. But at the same time too, to have it get back over that way, I believe when Emily was talking about the violations that we were in and stuff, we got that from the BIE. BIE said that you guys are in violation because of that. So I would like to have them, request them to come here, because that way we can get clarification, so that way the school is aware of it too, so they're under the same thing too. So when, I know he kept mentioning to Emily that we're not in violation. We are in violation because there's no members there. So that's why we're having this conversation, is to get the members on that board so that we're not in violation. So, because we oversee that school, and we're the ones, and they made that clear to us that you guys are writing your name on there to say that the Rosebud Sioux tribe is basically the oversight of that BIE school. So they have basically policy procedures, basically that thing. So if they're out of ordinance on it, then we're responsible for that. So we're just trying to get back into compliance. So that's what I'm hoping that we can probably get from the BIE, the education part of it, is that we get them here so that way they can clarify that. Because here we are getting this information saying we're out of compliance, and now that the BIE, because I think you did say that one of the BIE people said that they could come to our meetings if we discuss it so they can clarify it. So that's what I would like to see, is us clarifying it so that way we know. Because the new council rep, we're saying, hey, we're in violation. We're gonna have to get back in here. So we gotta make this straighten it out as much as possible. So that's what I would like to see also too, is maybe this meeting coming up in December, if that's where the BIE comes in and they do the report here, then maybe we can get that hashed out. But I know there's a lot of personnel issues there. There's a lot of personal issues there, but I would like to at least make us, get it and move forward with this stuff. So my recommendation is to make sure we get the BIE involved with this too, so they're aware of it, so we're all on the same page. because we're mentioning the BIE as a funding source, you know, we all know what's going on with that, so we gotta make sure that they're here so that we can actually, you know, hash out what we need to hash out, so, but thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Emily and Micah?
I was just gonna ask if I needed to amend my, motion, or if we could just request Cindy that, you request BIE to be there, or if I needed to include that in my motion.
You can probably include it, to include BIE.
Thank you.
Interested parties are called stakeholders.
Okay.
Micah?
Just wanted the floor after we vote on her
Okay.
motion.
All right, are we done discussing? Lila, go ahead. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, it bothers me that we're going in circles because this has been going on forever. And as an educator and administrator for St. Francis Indian School, we're affecting decisions that need to be made there. And if the BIE is saying we're out of compliance, then I'm sure they have their formalities of how they're gonna do this. But you know, that school was intended to go back to St. Francis, the parents. And we don't do this to any other charter. We don't bring them here and just interrogate them and do all this. And this is education. And I trust our superintendent. I trust she's following. If there was something, you know, out of odds going on, you know, she probably wouldn't be here. But there have been corrections made and things done at St. Francis, and where, you know, we run by gossip. But when it comes here, we don't talk about it. That's why I say what I say when we're in session on TV. I say what I need to say, because that's the truth. We are preventing an education system from functioning. My job here is to make sure that St. Francis Indian School has what it needs to continue on to teach our children. I don't have the credentials to as a educator, but I know what they go through. And we have a teacher shortage. We have all these other problems to talk about. Homelessness, why aren't we doing that right here like this too? Math. You know, there's other issues that we need to resolve. We have trustworthy people on that board. We have people running the school that are trustworthy. And the micromanaging has got to stop. You don't do that in education. And I'm really, there's a lot of questions that are going, we can, as a committee, you know, have people come and talk to us. I have no problem with that. But, you know, it's getting confusing again. So it's like, well, she said 5, did you say 5 seats, Micah? Her motion that she was gonna make was 5 seats, and let this board stay on until that election comes. Let's not make it any harder, because, you know, they have school board meetings. Everybody's welcome to go over there. It's open now, right? Okay. So, you know, that's just what, my opinion of it is, that we're just creating more chaos for our children. And we should all be in the same mentality about our school. And, you know, it bothers me when we do this, because we don't do this to other chartered agencies. They don't report. They don't come here. They don't, you know, bring us the reports. So out of fairness, we shouldn't be so nitpicky about this. It is education. But we have an education department who should take care of that stuff and get it in compliance, or tell us what we need to do, and then we do it here, and then we're done. So that's where I'm standing with this, is I don't want to see it go backwards and go. We were getting there with these 5, and I agree with doing 5.
Any more discussion? Sure.
I guess just to revamp something that was said earlier, there was recommendation from the Education Committee. What was that? Could we clarify, would you clarify what that motion from the Education Committee was, the recommendation?
Emily had made the motion, so would you do that, please? Thank you.
But what came from that is I made a motion to ask Eric to draft a resolution that would then go back to committee for discussion before coming to council, so that we could seat an interim board that would then, in our mind, bring them to compliance, because we thought they were out of compliance with that board, so that they could function, so they could remain to do whatever they want. And in the meantime, it would allow us time to get the bylaws situated, to allow the lawsuits to be handled and any other issues with that, so that when we did elect somebody, we weren't handing them a pile of mess, that we were actually setting them up for success rather than the other way around. That was our intention. And then the cost was an issue, so I said, well, let's just remove that. I asked the tribe, we have money, the tribe just has to make a decision so we can pay past bills, and if we put it in December with our other election, we could pay for it then. So that was our intention, not to slow things down, not to mess with the charter. We never mentioned the word charter. It was only to help them move forward in what I thought was a good way. And then the next day we got, or a couple days later, whenever it was, we got an email that said, if you want to cancel the charter, this is what you have to do. And I was so confused because we never once mentioned the charter. So maybe that's the only way to do this, which is why I was asking all the questions, but it doesn't seem like that either. So that was the suggestion at council, not to interfere, not to whatever, but to what I thought was helping the situation. But again, I'm new. I obviously don't know all the history and the background and whatever, but I took an oath of office to help my people and to represent my people and to be here for my people. And I know we hear a lot from this side, but I also hear the other side. And I've seen the other side. I've had a child go through that school. I've had family members work at that school. So some of it isn't rumor. And I don't want to talk about that today, but it's reality. We have babies in there that are graduating that don't know how to read. There's mismanagement of funds. There's so much stuff that I don't want to talk about right now, but that's also part of the picture and is part of the protection. And if we really want to set our babies up and our future up for the best success, that's what I thought we were doing, not hindering it. So I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Okay. Are we ready to vote? Go ahead.
Thank you, Council. I want to bring something up that it's just to think about. Okay, we're saying St. Francis School is out of compliance, and we're wanting to intervene and do all this stuff. When Redco, the casino, IHS are out of compliance, we as a body don't get involved. Those entities themselves are responsible to bring themselves back into compliance. So just listening to what everybody's saying, why aren't we allowing them to maintain what they're doing? Prior to Danny coming into that school, we sat here and it was in bad shape. The things Emily is saying, they were going on at that time. Those were the comments that were being said at that time. From what I hear, it's doing a lot better under different management. But what's being said to give it back to the school, you know, if that's their responsibility, do we take Redco away from Redco? Do we take IHS away from them? Do we take the casino away from them? When somebody's out of compliance, it's their responsibility to get it back in compliance. It's not ours. We have legislation to do. We have a lot of issues that we need to deal with in here. St. Francis Indian School is always on this floor going through the same thing. I sat here for 6 years and listened to it. I was gone for 3 years. It's 9 years, and we're still doing the same thing. Why are we getting involved at this level? Yeah, we have committees that have to make recommendations and have these concerns. Well, work with the school. Don't treat them like the enemy. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay, we call for the question. Ben?
All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Opposed?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried. Let's go back.
751.
751. Goes back to the committee with all the interested people that need to be there, so, and they'll bring it back for a decision. Oh, Ray, go ahead. Okay.
Ready?
Where's the guy's mic?
No, we don't have a mic, we just.
Oh, well. Let me borrow yours then.
No, you just can stand there. It's not a microphone to, they
Oh,
can
so
hear you.
everybody can hear me
Yeah.
out there? Hi, I'm Teddy Connors, Arcorn. I live in St. Francis community, and I see familiar faces in here. I know Danny, and I just met you during August or somewhere on. But anyway, I wish you guys, you know, I'll start from the beginning. Some of you are saying you don't know the past, what happened. In 2006, somewhere that year, I was sitting on that school board at the school. And the charter got pulled because they said that no child left behind, the grades were low and all that. And so that was the excuse. But I saw it as a personal vendetta, that it was just, to me, that's the way I saw it. Because I've overheard the council members that were sitting on here, I've overheard them saying, yeah, we're gonna get that school back. We're gonna run that school. And that's exactly what happened. And they put that interim board in there. And you mentioned all those interim people that were supposed to be on there. They were the ones that were supposed to do all the bylaws, rearrange it, fix it. But apparently that must have never happened. And then pretty soon we have the whole reservation running our school up there because it's at large, or it's anybody can run as long as you're a tribal member. And so, what I don't understand is someone that lives way out there in Milks Camp is going to be voting for our board member up here at the school. And yet, someone from Milks Camp can come over here and run in our school and we won't even know them. They don't know how our school's going over there. But you know what? I'm glad that Danny's running our school. She's my classmate, 1985, and I hear people out there saying, the Walking Eagles run the school up there. And I say, hell yeah, we Walking Eagles run this school. Because I was born one. But that's not the whole issue. You got to be educated, you know, to be in those positions. And so me, I feel like this body ought to make a motion to give it back to the parents. And so we parents can be the ones sitting on the board. But you know what? There was also, are these guys aware of that thing that, remember the changes you guys wanted to put on there? And where it had, you know, that's when they wanted to turn it back to the parents. But when you really looked at it, it only has, we're going to have 2 alumni, 2 people that graduated. So my son's popular, so maybe I can get him to run. That's all popularity in here anyway, so no offense. But anyway, they also have 1 at large and all that. But I like that idea of giving it back to the parents. But Marlene knows how to do that election. She can go back to the archives and look at it where on there it says Two-Strike can have their own community, their own board member as a parent. And St. Francis can, and Mission can, Grass Mountain can. We all had our own in there. So that's the way I don't know, I made recommendations on that. Whatever became of that? Did they ever put it on that thing? I hope so, because I haven't seen it. But anyway, that's my recommendations, is that's what they should do, is give this school, but it's already, motion's already passed and everything, but I wish you guys would call me, that way I can go and, you know, try to get this resolution or motion back to where we could give it back to the school. where we could get Marlene over here and help her sit there and say, okay, well, back in the days, we had it where I know she has that paperwork somewhere in there. And so we should dig up, if we really want to give it back to the parents, forget the alumni. We always have a council member here that represents, that could be the at-large, and the rest all parents. Because the way I see that thing that you guys got, it's not all. There's only 2 parents gonna be sitting on that board. So, anyway, I'm just here to tell you guys, but, woo-hoo! We're here, man. We're still surviving.
Point of order, Sarge.
Sorry, I'm out of here. But take that in consideration.
Take a break.
We'll fill out some.
Yeah, I think that was really inappropriate. Very disrespectful and inappropriate.
Let's take a break.
Bill.
Yes, we are. Thank you, guys.